The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings, salutations. What's up? What's up? My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Welcome. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Creepy hug.
Mary Santora is with us as well.
What up?
And Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Is he?
And Poundcake's back in Studio G.
His camera's not turned around.
And Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Can you guys hear me?
I can. Can hear you now.
Camera boy.
I'm getting it. One second. Sorry.
What is that pointed at?
It points to the wall. There we go. There's
There
our
he
pretty
is.
young lad.
There, a pretty young lad. I assume you meant pretty, comma, young, not pretty young.
Right.
He's pushing 40. I mean, he's, right? How old is he?
Turns 31 in like 2 months.
That qualifies. Mary. God, Mary's pushing 40.
Yeah, you're right.
But whatever, right? Who cares? It's
I pushed
all
40.
a ride, baby. Are you 40?
I'm 41.
You're 41.
Yeah.
Wow, well done.
Yeah. So I pushed it. I did it.
Pushed it all
Now
the way
I'm
to 41.
Pushing to 50.
Yep. Well, hey, if you'd like to join, you know who's not going to turn 71?
Pee-wee.
Pee Wee Herman. We got news broke about a half an hour ago that Pee Wee Herman died. He had been secretly, how dare he? He'd been secretly battling cancer for the last 6 years.
Oh.
I didn't read what kind.
I thought he was killed for jerking off at Barbie.
Pardon me?
You
Oh, I
know.
thought you said Arby's.
Not Arby's, Barbie.
I thought he said Arby's too.
Yeah, they have the meats. Did he get caught with his pants down again?
No,
you know,
I don't think so.
By the way, you know, it's easy for us to make those kinds of jokes,
Fun,
but it
too.
just goes to show you what a blight on an entire person's career something like that could be.
Yeah.
What, 30 years ago that happened? Pee Wee Herman, they got caught back. That's how old you know that story is. They used to have porno theaters, and he got caught.
Right. If this guy had porn, he would have been just fine.
Long hair, beard, the whole bit. They caught him, somebody, I don't know how you get caught in a porno theater when everybody's there to do the same thing. I guess he just didn't hide it as well as everybody else.
Well, he's
but-
just a person of note.
Yeah, but he had long hair and a beard. You would have never looked at that guy and said, oh, that's Paul Rubens. That's Pee Wee Herman. Remember the mugshot? Like when he had the long hair in the thing in Buffy the Vampire Slayer?
Yeah.
I think it was after that. But he had the long hair. And how did they see that and go, it's Pee Wee Herman? Nevertheless, Paul Rubens, of course, was his real name, and he became famous as Pee Wee Herman. He started in the Groundlings in the 70s, back when people weren't even really talking about the Groundlings, and he had created that character. And it just really, really blew up. And if you were old enough to remember the original Pee Wee's Playhouse, you could see actors just kind of getting going in their careers, right? Larry Fishburne was part of Pee Wee's Playhouse.
Mm-hmm.
And Phil Hartman was part of Pee Wee's Playhouse. And so, but Paul, you know, and when you would see him pop up in movies, it always made me feel good because I never got into Pee Wee Herman. Like, it was never my thing. I found it to be grating more than anything else. So I've never seen Pee Wee's Big Adventure. I've never seen, you know, I've seen little snippets of the TV show. It was never my thing. But I always liked Paul Rubens in anything. I always he was in Blow, played Johnny Depp's dad. He was in Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Mystery Men.
Mystery Men, yes. He was, who was he? He wasn't Janine Garofalo.
He farted. He was the one that would fart.
Right, he was the colon or the kidney or
Yeah,
something.
something like that.
The spleen.
The
right?
spleen,
He was
that's
the
right, yeah.
spleen. Yeah, I was like one of 5 people who saw Mystery Men in its entire theatrical run. But he was in that. And
Me and you both.
Yeah. And so I guess he had been privately, again, how dare you, not inform the public of your personal health issues. You're a public figure. At the very least, what are we left to just deal with the aftermath now?
How dare you?
We couldn't even pre-mourn him. Of course, you never know the way it's going to go, right? If you come out of it and you remain healthy and you go into remission or whatever that is, and it doesn't kill you, then nobody ever had to know. You can just, it's an anecdote you can tell a decade down the road in a book or a conversation. And some people have done that. They go, oh, about 10 years ago, I had cancer. But I guess he'd been dealing with it for about 6 years. And so he had an official, if you followed Paul Rubens on Instagram, they had an official thing from him, I guess, that was to post to the fans, like, if you're reading this, I'm dead. And it was kind of like his apology for keeping it to himself and how he loved the fans and blah, blah, blah. But Paul Rubenfeld was his real name. But, of course, people knew him as Pee Wee Herman. And he just turned 70, or he was going to be 71 end of next month. Yeah. Right. So, yeah, Pee Wee Herman was 70 years old, and now you'll see no shortage of comments about him. Also, other end of the spectrum, the world's oldest man has also died. Oh. He was 127 years old.
What? No, huh?
Yes.
127. We just talked about the oldest person. I thought it was like 117.
We talked about the oldest woman in the world, who's 116 years old. What's the world's oldest man, according to this?
I don't think they kept.
Now, maybe this is like biblical math where people live to 400. I don't know. But the world's oldest man, a guy named Jose Paulino Gomez, just died in Brazil. And he's got 7 kids, which seems light.
Right. And his kids are all 100 years old.
Right. 25 grandchildren, 42 great-grandchildren, and 11 great-great-grandchildren. He said that the secret to life was having a little drink.
Damn it.
It's always that, right? They go, how did you live to be 130? And they're always like, cigars and whiskey.
Yeah, but why'd I quit then?
Because it would have killed you. You're not Spanish or Brazilian or whatever this guy is.
Can I use this as an excuse to relapse? A 127-year-old man said,
You don't need an excuse to relapse.
You just, Buzzard Fest is your excuse to relapse.
But she's not here for, oh, you are here.
Yes, I
I
am.
keep forgetting, yeah. Well, yeah, relapse if you want to. Right? We'll keep an eye on you.
I don't want to, but if it's going to help me live longer, I mean,
I don't think he's suggesting that.
I think that's what he said.
He said a little drink now and then. Now, if you could do that, which I think you know you can't.
Wait a minute, though.
What's the line about alcoholics?
What? One's
too much
many
and 10's not enough.
Well, one more is never enough. One is one too many, one more is never
enough. Potato. What I'm saying is, if you want to live to 127, and again, there's no way to know this. You think this guy knew he was going to? No. He's like, please, imagine you hit 100, and maybe he's surrounded by other centenarians. Maybe that's not that big of a deal where this guy is, right? Not a lot of stressors
Ellen, they're called centaurs.
Sorry. Maybe his horse half was less stressed than his man half. But this guy just died. And what are you going to do? Died before he could turn 128. He was born in 1895. Wow. And he got married when he was 22. The guy's been married since 1917.
He's married 100 years.
Yeah. So the oldest woman in the world is a woman. This guy's in Brazil. But the woman in Spain is 116 years old. So the world's... Now, I don't know who the current oldest guy in the world is. But... suffice to say, they're never American, and that should tell you all you need to know.
Yeah, no doubt.
They're never American because there's too much fun to be had here. How much fun you think there is to be had in Minas Gerais, Brazil?
I don't know, man. I used to watch
Probably
those
not
Mike in
that
Brazil
much.
videos, and it looked pretty fun.
I have a question, though.
Yeah.
A lot of big old bubble butts
Mike
down
in
there.
Brazil, that's right. Out there with the MILF hunter.
When you live to be 127, do you just want to get it over with and die, or do you still have some life in you? Are you just like, all my friends are dead, everybody I ever met, like, growing up is dead.
Well, this is the
Do you wanna get it
conversation
over
that
with?
we have, and this is kind of analogous to the would you become a vampire conversation. It differs person to person. I would imagine.
I would still be afraid of death, though.
Anyone at 127. It's not like this guy was, doing the Macarena. I mean, this guy was probably barely mobile. He was probably just literally alive, right? He's not living. He's alive. He just hasn't died yet. And then he finally died at 127. So I don't know. Would anybody listen? I'd like to live to 127. Now that's me talking now. I might feel differently even in 10 years. Who knows? But this guy outlived Paul Rubens. Let's see. Paul Rubens was 70. That guy was 127. There's simply no way to know what that difference is. But he,
Try.
I'm sorry?
Try.
He outlived Paul Rubens by, I'll say, 102 years. Is
Very
that right?
close.
He
Very
was
close.
57 years.
There it is.
But opposite ends, not even opposite ends of the spectrum. Paul Rubens, had a life.
My sister had a crush
He
on
brought
him.
a lot of people joy. This 127-year-old dude, we didn't know who he was till now. Nobody knew who he was. He didn't do anything for me. Pee Wee Herman gave us a lot of joy. Your sister was
She had a crush on Pee Wee Herman.
a crush on Pee Wee. Was Paul Rubens gay?
I don't know, but she thought he was cute.
Yeah.
I texted her. I said, sorry for your loss. I sent the picture.
Right. Yeah. Anywho, there it is. I've got a break. I'm way late here. If you want to send a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival is coming back to Las Vegas.
And starting next Monday, you could win your way there.
Plus $1,000 spending cash.
2 nights, 1 stage.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
An incredible lineup.
Foo Fighters.
Fall Out Boy.
Kelly Clarkson.
Kane Brown.
Lil Wayne.
Lenny Kravitz.
Miguel.
Public Enemy.
Sheryl Crow.
Travis Scott.
Tim McGraw.
TLC.
30 Seconds to Mars.
Never seen before collaborations.
And once-in-a-lifetime moments you'll have to see to believe.
iHeartRadio Music Festival.
September 22nd and 23rd at T-Mobile Arena.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Buy tickets now, starting at just $55 plus taxes and fees at AXS.com.
And get ready to win your way there.
Capital One is a proud partner of the iHeartRadio Music Festival for the 7th year in a row, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Northeast Ohio, Mike, hot diggity dog tomato here, and I can't stop barking about Nissan in North Olmsted and I-90 Nissan, cause it's the dog days of summer, and we're unleashing more doggone great deals. Hurry in and sit with this man's best friend, the Doberman of discounts. Deal, the Pitbull, Belza. He'll fetch $1,000 off your new Nissan. Or stay, and he'll retrieve APRs as low as 0%. And that'll really take a bite out of your payments. You don't have to be a bloodhound to sniff out that husky bargain. Just follow your nose to Nissan in North Olmsted or I-90 Nissan. And if any other dealer anywhere else has you collared and is pulling on your chain, don't end up in his doghouse. Hightail your boxers to Nissan in North Olmsted on the North Olmsted Auto Mile or I-90 Nissan in Sheffield Village. Cause the deals are so doggone good. We're a rare breed, my friend. BigNissan.com.
At KeyBank, we know a small moment like,
ooh, these sandals would go really well with a beach,
can lead to an even bigger question like,
should I splurge on a trip this year?
And that's the type of moment where we'll meet you with financial advice on everything from budgeting for travel to building savings. So maybe that destination isn't too far off. What do you think, Cindy?
I think these sunglasses would go well with a tiny umbrella drink.
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank member FDIC.
No matter how large or
They're assuming that I know what I'm doing, that I'm a journalist. I wasn't. I was being thrown into the Coliseum to the lions. I had not a clue.
Listen to Journalista on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Pro tip, if a cop pulls you over and they hear you listening to this, they're probably just going to let you go. Because, they figured you suffered enough.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. Or 800-348-1007. If you've been hitting me up on how you get yourself on board the Alan Cox Show cruise. After a long hiatus, I will have passes for you all this week around 3:20. Captain Fun's Floating Fandango is going back out on the lake on the Nautica Queen the 26th of August. Well, that's next month as of today. But tomorrow, it will be the 26th of this month. What?
Tomorrow's not the 20th. Oh, I get what you're saying.
Because tomorrow, the August, Barry.
Sorry.
That's what I'm trying to say. You got it all figured out.
What's the promo code for?
School.
Oh, that's a good question. God, can you believe it's almost, we were just talking about how, A, how early kids go back to school. B, we were kind of talking about the summer is kind of a flop, and I'm not quite sure why.
Well, June was cold.
Is that what it was? I couldn't put my finger on it. Gwen and the kid ended up spending a lot of time at the pool, but that's, that's okay. But
remember when you first started taking her to the pool at the beginning of June or middle of June, it was 50 degrees.
When she had swim team.
Yeah.
June
it was 54
cold.
degrees in the morning. Is that what it was? It was
July
cold.
has been a mix of 98 degrees
and
or
pouring rain.
Thunderstorms or air effect or the smoke. You can't
air
go outside.
Quality. Yeah.
So between all the rain recently and then the air quality, it's been you can't do anything.
Because the little one is going back to school on the 16th. My older daughter will move in to Michigan State the week after that.
This is her junior.
She'll be a sophomore at Michigan State, yeah. And, it's pretty wild. When I went to college, we were on trimesters. I don't know if any schools still do that. We went to school until mid-June, and then we were back, end of September. I don't know if anybody does that anymore.
You only had to the end of the first trimester to either decide if you're going to keep your major or get rid of it.
If you wanted to abort any classes, boy, you had very, very minimal time. Okay, so what is going to be the 20% off code through August at CLE Clothing Company? There are 30 days in July, but only...
Nope.
Sorry. There are...
Today is the 31st day of July.
No, I was going to say there are only 30 days in August, but there aren't. There are 30 days. If you do the thing on your knuckles like I do, July, August, both the pinky knuckle, before you go back into September. So yes, this month and next month, there will be 31 full days to use the promo code...
Books.
Backpack. Protractor.
Bulletproof backpack.
Kevlar is your promo code. What do you think?
Supplies. Lunch.
I don't think it's school related.
Oh, it's not school related.
But I don't know what I don't know what it's related to, and maybe you can tell me when I tell you.
Tupperware.
Yeah, Tupperware.
Allergy.
Dude, none of it makes any sense. These words never make sense.
Tupperware is as good as anything else.
That's why it used to be fun to guess them, because they'd be themed with.
Because I was picking
with
them.
the month, yeah.
Flash is your promo code for August for 20%. Well, again, it must mean something.
Maybe that has to do with Buzzard Fest, and there's going to be a bunch of people flashing.
Maybe Jeff and Flash are going to show up at Buzzard Fest.
I was hoping for boob flashes, but...
For what?
Like a boob flash.
Well, it's not either or.
Yeah. All right, it'll be both, yeah.
All right. Listen, nothing brings out the teats like Jeff and Flash. So listen, Flash is going to be your promo code. 20% off whatever you want at CLE Clothing Company. All through today, it's still Hot 20, HOT20. Hot 20 through July, starting tomorrow, and for the 31 days, 30 days thereafter, it'll be Flash. And you can do it in one of the stores. When you're checking out, just go, hey, get the clerk's attention. Hey. And they might be distracted or working on something else. And you go, hey, like firm but fair. And they go, what? And you throw a giant pile of things you're going to buy up there and you go, Flash. And they'll pretend, sometimes they'll pretend that they don't know what you're doing. But again, firm but fair. Or if you're online, skip all that Michigas and you can just type in Flash, clevelandclothing.com. But that'll be your code all next month. Sorry. Hey, if you listen to us on iHeartRadio from outside Ohio, tell me where you do that because I like to know where. Chad's a bureau chief up in Erie, PA. Sean's down in West Palm Beach, Florida. Kyle's in Kansas City, Missouri. Christina listens in Vegas. You can leave us messages there, too.
Alan, idiot. Blow was literally on the Vice channel on repeat the entire weekend. I watched it a couple times. Ray Liotta is Johnny Depp's fucking father in Blow, not Pee Wee Herman. He's the gay club owner from the 70s or something. I didn't even barely see him in the movie. Dumbass.
My goodness.
Well, there's not Maslin guy coming in hot. Well, listen, I appreciate it. Devotion, accuracy. You're right. The late great Ray Liotta was.
Sounds like a fun weekend.
Ray Liotta was Johnny Depp's dad. I thought that Paul Rubens was Johnny Depp's dad in Blow, but as Not Maslin guy points out, I am an idiot, and that was not the case.
Never seen that movie, so.
Blow's a great movie.
It's a good one.
Yeah, that's good. It's old now. I forget how old Blow is, but that's got to be. When did Blow come out? 2001. Wow, was a pre-9/11 movie. Wow.
I went on a kick in college where I wanted to see every single Johnny Depp movie. And so every time I went to like Walmart or anywhere I saw one, I would buy it. And I didn't make it very far, but I've seen a lot of them.
You didn't make it very far?
Well, I've seen a lot of them,
Have you
but
seen
not
Nick of
every
Time?
single one of them. Yes. I
Nick
loved
of
that
Time.
one. Where he's
That's
got to
one
like
of
make it to the ninth gate. Or no, that's ninth gate.
Oh, God, the ninth gate.
Where he's got to make
It's
it
like
to
for
the
the
ninth
book?
gate of hell or whatever.
Yeah, right.
So wait, then what's the difference between that one and Nick of Time?
Nick of Time is the one that takes place in real time.
Real
where
time.
They want him to assassinate a governor.
Something
When's
like
that
that.
one from?
Nick of Time?
Like
I don't
95 or
even
96.
see. I don't even see that on his IMDb. Oh, there it is. Okay,
Maybe
I
he
see
took it off. Nick
I
of
see
Time is 1995.
Yeah. It's a fun movie.
They hand him a gun, order
He's
him
so
to kill
good.
the state governor within 75 minutes.
Yeah,
Done in real
and
time.
the movie takes place in those 75 minutes.
Yeah.
It's real time.
I remember Don Juan DeMarco. I was young when I saw that. And I got all kinds of little feelings in my body about that.
Don Juan.
Yeah.
Is that about twins?
Yes.
Don and Juan DeMarco.
No, he's a crazy person who thinks he's Don Juan DeMarco. And what's his name is his therapist.
Marlon Brando.
Yeah, Marlon Brando's like trying to be like, dude, you're not this mythical love-making machine.
Right.
And he's like, yes, I am. I totally am. That was a good one.
Well, Blow was directed by Ted Demme, who was a great Jonathan Demme's nephew, I think.
Ted Danson.
Yeah, Ted Danson directed Blow. No, Ted Demme, who ironically collapsed, he keeled over dead, had a heart attack during a basketball game, and they think it was because of cocaine use.
Oh, that makes
But remember,
sense.
he was like a big deal for a while because he
Okay.
directed The Ref and he directed like the Dennis Leary concert movies and, God, what's the movie we've talked about before? We had Rappaport in here. I can't remember the name of it. The Beautiful Girls.
Oh, okay.
Ted Demme directed
Beautiful
Beautiful
Girls.
when when everybody was like uncomfortable because Natalie Portman was gorgeous, but she was also like 14.
Mm-hmm.
Anywho, thank you, Not Maslin guy, for that devotion to accuracy. I do appreciate that. I'll take it in the spirit in which it was given. Couldn't help but think of one Mary Santora when I was reading about how the massive storms created, of course, another sewer overflow, the second in as many weeks out there at Edgewater Beach.
I didn't go.
The people out there, but you love it.
You
love swimming
smell
among
it.
the Lake Erie whitefish. And
What?
were you downwind there in Squifle Tower?
I just remember, was it Saturday, I think, after all those, or maybe it was Friday morning after all those storms on Thursday night.
Mm-hmm.
It just stunk.
I love the comments. I get all my information along these lines from the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District's social media accounts. And they will really give people updated information as to kind of water quality advisories. And, if you're going to go to the beach, be aware there are bacteria levels and you can't get in there until whatever. And I really do love the comments from people because they'll give you information. And they'll say, hey, this area is being marked off, blah, blah, blah. And a couple of people were like, people need to eat less. What? And that's how we reduce our sewage load.
Oh. They're not 100% wrong.
Smaller poops.
Less dumps, less sewage.
Yeah. Less dumps. We'll find a way to kind of keep our sewage levels high, irrespective of what kind of garbage is going in and or coming out.
Oh, that's a big load.
But listen, if you're out there, if Edgewater is your beach, they're prone to those sewage overflows. And you'd certainly like to think that maybe no small amount of infrastructure funds will be directed to mitigate that situation.
We went to the pool Saturday and Sunday of this weekend.
Which pool?
The Bria pool.
Mm-hmm.
Because
good for you.
Same amount of sewage.
Same amount of sewage. That's actually a clean pool. It's just kind of small. That's all. I bought me and Blake pool passes in like the middle of June because I was like, okay, if we come 7 times, it'll be worth it.
Sure.
And then with the air quality and the storms and the this and the that, I was like, this weekend came and I'm like, oh my God, she goes back to school in 3 weeks.
Yep.
Like, we have used this one time. So I was like, dude, we're going every day. Every weekend now, we're going Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we're going to this pool so we can get our money's worth because otherwise we're going to lose money on it. But yeah, we went.
Dragging her to the pool. You're like, I spent money on this.
Dude,
you are going to get in that pool.
Well, Brian, on Saturday, we went and met his buddy and their 2 kids up there. And it was like 75 and cloudy, which is like too cold for pool weather. 75, I don't think is warm enough. If there's sun, sure. No sun in 75 is not warm enough to be in the water. Yeah. So we were there for a couple hours and the kids were like doing like the left chatter thing because at one point it was like kind of sprinkling. But I was like, I'm not going to waste this pool pass, dude. You got to figure it out.
That was the pool that I went to as a little kid where I learned to swim. Pool. Yeah, like I went to swim lessons and stuff like that. And it's funny for you to call it kind of a small pool, but I remember it from a child's eyes.
Oh, yeah.
So it was like gigantic.
Well, that's where I learned to swim too.
Yeah, and it was just like, oh man, I remember the first time we went in the deep end and like there was a kiddie pool.
It's still there.
And then we like moved from the kiddie pool into like the 3 feet end and we're like, oh, this is crazy. And then we went to the deep end and they taught us how to like hold our breath and all that stuff and swim to the bottom. Whew.
Brian had never been there before and he asked me, he goes, how is this pool? I was like, it's exactly the same as it was 30 years ago, only they added a water slide.
How long has he lived in Berea?
Since 2020.
And never been to the pool?
No, he doesn't get a lot of free time, and he's not really a pool guy.
Gotcha.
He's pool over beach. You'll never catch him at a beach, but
he's cool. I like Brian.
He doesn't like he's not like a lay in the sun and hang out person.
Okay.
He gets bored.
Gotcha.
Because it's boring.
It's not boring. It's relaxing.
It's not relaxing.
My girlfriend and I went yesterday.
Well, you can't be relaxed if you consider it boring, because you're just lying there thinking about all the things you can do. So it's one of those things where you have to. Right. You've got to, I'm trying to get better at that. I'm not good with free time.
Me either.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get better at that. I'm trying to get to the point. I was thinking of you guys because yesterday I had done all my yard work earlier in the day. And so it was probably about 1 or 2. And I'm just kind of laying on the couch with my daughter and we're watching The Simpsons. And I'm like, I bet I could go to sleep right now.
Oh.
I bet I could take a nap.
Do it.
Did you do it?
I didn't do it. Because then I started thinking about the stuff I should be doing.
There's no should.
So I go, well, I'm hanging out with my daughter, which obviously I don't get to do that much during the week. I miss all the pool stuff she's doing. You know, Gwen sends me a video of like, you know, the little ones going off the high dive board
Blake
or whatever.
just went off the diving board for the first time this weekend.
So I'm like, I'm missing that kind of stuff. So I'm like, well, I'm not going to go to sleep. I'm hanging out with her right now. We're, you know, chatting or whatever. But yeah, I couldn't. I couldn't get into it.
Couldn't close your eyes.
I couldn't. Well, I'm like, I'm not going to waste this time. You know, if I'd been by myself, I'm like, maybe. But then I'm sure I would have figured out something to do.
Yeah.
But the thought, it's progress. The thought did cross my mind.
That's the first step.
That I could just close my eyes on a Sunday afternoon, and maybe that would have some fun.
Step 1 is acknowledging you have a problem.
True. Yeah, I have a problem. By the way, man, so many fracases out there at Cedar Point. You know, we were just talking last week about how they call in multiple SWAT teams out of Put in Bay because of all the people coming in from Detroit. And they're coming into Cedar Point. And some lady got scooped up. Some woman who was getting into a Donnybrook with some people at the kids' pool.
Ugh.
She's screaming at some guy. Now, she said it's a misunderstanding because she described herself as a Christian woman and a grandmother. I don't know what the hell that means, but she said that the accusation was that she called another kid a brat and a fat ass and pushed him off of a floating toy. And they threw a disorderly conduct at this woman or something. Confrontation between her son and a 67-year-old Michigan resident, right? 67. So the kid's probably being a dick to a 67-year-old person, and the grandma comes over, said she did call the boy a brat, but said she never swore at that person. And, but boy, people just can't keep it together. You're supposed to be having fun at the water park, right? You're supposed to be just laying back, doing the backstroke in other people's urine. Mm-hmm. That's the fun part.
And if you're from Michigan, you're used to that.
Yeah. Love it. And so the woman who spoke to the police, they determined that she had given them a phony name, a fake address, and a phone number that just rang busy. And the woman finally admitted, I guess bearing false witness isn't part of her whole Christian methodology there, but they arrested her for obstruction and thrown into a Sandusky squad car. Now, for those of you who thought that the Sandusky squad car was a sex move, you're not wrong. But in this case, quite literal. She lives in Michigan. Somewhere. But I'll tell you what, these people, I don't know why we can't come together and just have fun. Just have fun.
I went to Michigan this weekend and I just had fun.
Oh, you were in Detroit,
yeah,
weren't you?
I did some shows at this place called...
You couldn't tell anybody where you were.
Don't tell.
Where did you end up being?
It's called True North Detroit.
Uh-huh, it's a gas station.
No, it's a little neighborhood.
Oh.
And they're made, they're like Quonset huts. So they're like
it's like an artist in residence. It's like a community made out of shipping containers or something.
Kind of. I mean, they're Quonset huts, so they're like half circles, basically, like tubes, basically. But they're really cool, and that's where the show was, and it was
like where Charlie had his wood shop.
Yeah,
that kind of place.
Yeah, that kind of place.
Yeah,
and it was really fun, and like the audience was awesome.
Acoustics had to be murder, aren't those aluminum?
No, because they had the one that it was in was built for like entertaining, so it had drywall up, which helped a lot. The acoustics were actually not that bad at all, and it was just it made me look into those things. I'm like, how much would one of those cost to build?
Way more than you think.
Yeah. But they look cool, and the ones that are really done that people live in,
like tiny
are
homes,
awesome. No, it's like a
semicircle kind of tube. You know what a Quonset hut is? It's like
I don't.
Yeah, it's like usually they're stainless steel, and they
like the outside was stainless steel, but
they're like artist in residence type joints.
But they were pretty neat.
These look like fallout shelters.
Yeah, that's what I said. I was like, hey, you guys aren't safe if you're in the bomb shelter with the person bombing.
So So how many people get in one of these? Like what kind of crowd are you looking at there?
The one that we had like 80 people in it on Saturday.
Yeah.
But then some of them are multi-unit because they're built up a little bit and they have like 2 stories, but a lot of people just live in it by themselves.
Well, I was going to say,
a lot of them end up being like Airbnbs and stuff too.
Buy a trailer. Why don't you just buy a
stationary?
I'm not doing any of that.
But you can buy a trailer and then take the wheels off of it. And then
this is like a little community.
Yeah.
It's like a little community.
So is a trailer park.
It's a cute little community.
Mary.
But what I'm saying is you don't have to spend $400,000 or whatever one of these costs.
I don't think that's how much.
These are not $400,000.
How much do they cost?
I don't know.
Nobody would buy one if they were
$400,000.
$400,000.
once you get all your stuff in there and
Well,
how
everything.
much to...
Well, how do I know how much my
I
stuff
just thought
is?
they were neat. I was looking at them and I was like, okay, well, it's going to be expensive
And
to
he
do
just
anything.
performed in one.
Yeah,
He
just
didn't
did-
move
yeah.
in.
Well, he was saying he was thinking about it.
I just looked at it, but it's like the same thing you always do when you go to a new place. You're like,
Yeah.
let's see what things cost.
Because
Let's
Detroit's
see
on the
what-
come
yeah.
up.
It is.
Yeah, of
Detroit
course.
City.
That's right.
Getting back on their feet.
When they ask you where you're from.
Yep.
I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. You want to watch AlanCoxShow.com for all the pictures.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
possible by No Kid Hungry.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the buzzard.
Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give that stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
I want to go see Godsmack. They have announced a big fall tour. They're taking I Prevail and Flatback with them, featuring Jason Hook. It's going to happen at Blossom. Got to be the tail end of the Blossom season, right? Sunday night, September the 24th. With Godsmack as your headliner. Good live band. Want to get the info, tickets, whatever else. If you strike out here, livenation.com. I would check out WMMS.com. You could probably win tickets there, too, in the contest section. Be caller 10 right now, and this pair is yours. 2 for Godsmack in September. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Proving what one man can achieve with an utter lack of charisma.
One of the great achievements of our time.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Yeah, Godsmack's a good live band. I was looking at some video of, God, where was it? Oh, Houston or San Antonio, somewhere. Disturbed, who are coming to Blossom this summer. Disturbed is doing a show, and they have so much pyro on stage. They just have like these giant gas lines that light up fire that it set off the venue's sprinkler systems. And so these guys get doused and drenched for the back half of this song. Disturbed's a very literal band, right? I love them. They're hometown boys, but very literal band. So they're doing Inside the Fire. And all the fire starts up on stage, and the sprinklers went off. So the back half of the song, these guys are getting soaked. And even if your equipment is, fine under those conditions, I would still be a little nervous. I'd be nervous playing my instrument and singing into the microphone and when you're getting doused with water. A rough start to the tour, by the way, for Disturbed, because they got drenched in San Antonio. They had to cancel a gig the other night last minute because the heat, it was the Phoenix gig they were supposed to do a couple nights ago. They had to cancel it last minute because the heat had rendered their equipment inoperable. It was so hot, they were like, our equipment's not working. And we're not going to do a sitting on a stool Disturbed acoustic session. It's not really the vibe of that band. But I think because Disturbed's coming here in the fall, they'll probably be okay. I will have passes for you all this week in addition to Godsmack to put you on the Bud Light cruise with us, MMS and Bud Light. Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. We're going out August 26th on a Nautica Queen. Also, MMS presents Saliva and Drowning Pool at the House of Blues, end of September. I'll have those tickets for you all this week as well. I want to go see the Guardians and Asking Alexandria. If you're into that band, they're coming with The Who. Not Daltrey and Townsend. The Who, those
the HU,
the chanting dudes, yeah. The HU. They're gonna play Masonic Temple.
Why would you name your band that?
Because it's clever.
But there's another more famous band with the same name. Yes, it's not spelled right, but I feel like that's asking for like a lifetime of confusion.
Well, I think the fans are going to know who you are. I mean, I don't know if anybody is going to mistakenly buy tickets for a Mongolian folk metal band and go, I thought they were going to do Baba O'Reilly.
I mean, even more from like a promotion standpoint, social media and things like that.
Well, I think if you heard it, you'd ask some questions, but if you see it, it's WHO versus HU.
Right.
The Who.
But if you hear about it and then you go to look it up,
understood.
All you're going to find when you throw the Who band into Google.
I think that's part of it.
What do you mean?
You want people Google, hey, the Who, what's up?
But that's I'm saying that they're not as popular as the other Who.
Yes.
So the other who is gonna have the more Google searches and stuff.
Yeah,
it
possibly.
It just doesn't seem smart to me.
It should have been the why.
I think it's pretty smart, actually. Because if you were to Google the Who, Cleveland Masonic, even if you type WHO, HU is going to come up.
The Who, Cleveland Masonic.
So.
Masonic Temple. I mean, the band doesn't show up at all.
Oh, yeah?
Theo Vaughn shows up somehow. With like Temple Live, like all these, the Cleveland Masonic, a bunch of pages for that, but nothing shows up.
Maybe they have to, A, your fans are going to find you. B, maybe they rely on context clues, right? If they go, so-and-so with special guest The Who, Daltrey and Townsend, that's, first of all, I don't think they're touring currently, but also, they're not opening for anybody. Anyway, I think it's, I don't think it's particularly, I wouldn't call it clever, but I think anybody who, they can benefit from confusion is what I'm saying. So, listen.
Well, this is the world we live in.
Now, it didn't exactly work for my old band, Creed, because, boy, there was a lot of confusion. C-R-E, we had an extra E.
Oh, 3 E's.
And then an E at the end. So it was C-R-E-E-E-D-E.
Yes.
Yeah. And poor Creed Bratton. I mean, he's a musician going back to the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
The Office is just a little stop-off for him. Boy, you got to make sure that when you get those concert announcements out there, that his last name is on the bill. Talk about disappointment.
Yeah.
With all due respect to him. Hey, Creed's coming to the House of Blues. You go, what? It's Creed Bratton, playing his hippie music.
As someone who has the name of someone else with a more popular performer with that name, I wish I would have gone by a different name.
But you don't go by Billy.
Yes,
William Squire, who is
leads everybody to make a bunch of dumb jokes.
So that's what I'm saying.
You're talking about William Squire, the bluegrass flutist.
No, you idiot.
Flautist.
Talking about Billy Squire, the rock musician.
Oh, boy.
But I'm saying that's probably why you don't go by Billy.
Well, people always called me Bill, so I just went by Bill. I just went by what people call me.
But your parents called you Billy when you were little.
When I was little.
Right. You could have kept that. I mean, I always thought Johnny Depp, Johnny Carson. These people that like take their kind of kid name and that becomes their professional name. Cody Brown.
See, but when I went into kindergarten, I went by William because I was like, school is serious. Need a serious name. So if I would have gone by William Squire, I feel like I would have really surprised people with all the fart and wiener jokes.
You should just add something to it. Like Lil Nas X. It was like, instead of Nas, there's Nas and then there's Lil Nas X. How you think Nas feels?
Oh, now I get it. I thought it was Lil Nas the 10th. Oh, now I get it. That makes a lot more sense. You should have been Will Squire.
Yeah, it just
Will Squire X.
I didn't think that much about it, and I already, it's been 20 years, so.
Well, plus you
change it now.
Nobody can anticipate that they'll end up being a performer, really, either. Mm-hmm. You need a professional name.
Alan, Rich down in Jacksonville, Florida, listening back from the podcast on Friday. You guys are discussing lottery winnings and having to split it with your spouse. Mary wants to hide it from her spouse, and it says not tell a soul, but give $200 million to a friend to cash the ticket in for her.
Yeah.
On a $750 million jackpot. After taxes, her friend's walking away with more money than she is anyways.
No.
What sense does this make? Hate the show. Bye.
I mean, I don't really want to relitigate Mary's anonymous lottery winning scheme.
You guys,
doesn't even rise to the level of a scheme, but I mean, to Rick's point.
The whole point of that conversation was that you guys said there was no way to hide your winnings from a spouse.
And I stand by that.
And I said that is incorrect. And then I gave a full rundown of how you could go about hiding your winnings
None
from
of
a
which
spouse.
made sense.
All of it made sense.
Or was applicable to real life.
All of it made sense. All of
Which
it.
part
you
made
could
the
do.
most sense?
The part where I buy a bank in the Swiss Alps and deposit.
Oh,
my
I thought it
money
was
there.
the pyramid. Oh, yeah, because you asked how much is an Alp.
No, what is an Alp?
What is an Alp and how much does it cost?
Hello, Switzerland. What is an Alp? May I hide my money there?
That part made sense.
See, so you said none of it did.
Yeah, okay.
So you're wrong.
You wanted a mountaintop lair. I just forgot all of the side streets we went down in pursuit of
Because-
trying to find a usable.
You little naysayers,
Yeah.
you little negative Nancys were
Yeah.
like, there's no way ever on earth you could potentially, possibly ever hide your money from your spouse. And
So
I
much
said,
nay
"There's
being said
plenty-
around here, and I should apologize for that, I guess.
Plenty of ways.
Huh.
I just hashed out one.
Yeah, you did.
That's all.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's what I want to do. I'm a very generous person. I would love to share my winnings.
Give me $500 right now.
I don't have it right now.
And poor Rick down there in Jacksonville, who's trying to make sense of it using the actual numbers.
Don't do that.
This guy, don't do that. Have you learned nothing, Rick, from this program? There's just more questions than answers on a day-to-day basis.
And this is also given the circumstance someone hates their spouse and doesn't want to share the money. So you
Right.
would go to big, extensive loopholes.
Oh, there are entire shelves on bookstores of guys who have written books. Here's how to hide money from your spouse
That's what I'm saying.
when you plan on getting divorced. Yeah, don't get screwed. You know, like guys that are like way into men's rights activism and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't let the old lady screw you.
Plus, taxes is a scam anyways. Like, if you say you hit
No
the
taxation without representation.
say you win the lottery for $1 billion.
You win the lottery for $1 billion.
You're not really a billionaire because taxes have taken that out. So now you're only like a 700 millionaire.
Sure.
Oh, woe is
deal with
me.
it, yeah.
But that's not the
Woe
point.
is
That's
me.
not the point. I'm not saying that's not a lot of money, but there's a big difference between millions and billions.
Well,
You're
that's
not a
gross
billionaire.
versus net. But you will be just take
can you up it?
take a portion of the money that you sock away and sock it away somewhere else.
It's
you
not
will
the same.
be, but you
They're
will be a billionaire.
They're advertising it as, oh, you're a billionaire. I'm not a billionaire.
But that's also if you take
No,
the
they're
lump sum.
they're advertising that you won $1 billion, which you did.
And you can if you don't take the lump sum. If you
That's
take
right.
it, if you take it over 35 years,
Take the
you will
annuity.
end up getting all of it.
Yes.
But
So how-
people are impatient.
It's just
How
that
much are your
nobody
monthly
will
payment?
nobody will live that long. That's the thing.
And
These
you don't trust the
76-year-old,
system.
huh?
And you don't trust the system either. The laws can change to where they're like, oh, well, we actually need that money and blah, blah, blah.
Right,
I
but the
want it now.
bottom line is you're still going to be wealthier than any other person you've ever met. So to complain, I don't really have $1 billion. I only have 770 million. No one is going to go, you know what? He's right. The system must change.
What if you lived in like a gated community full of nothing but lottery winners? Like they all live together. They all know like the
I'd
deal.
watch that reality show.
Yeah. Welcome
There
to
is a reality show called The Lottery Ruined My Life.
Powerball Cliffs.
But I want it
That's
to
a
be-
great show.
I want it to be all the people living together.
Yeah, just one community where like they're
You
all
guys
I won the
don't-
lottery, but this is where you have to live now.
Yeah, they're all new
It's
money.
called Jerry Springer. You've seen this show before. These are just hillbillies who don't know how to have money, and they end up fist fighting each other. You've seen the show.
Right, but there are a
want
lot.
them
You
in
don't
their
have to be.
houses.
You don't.
I want them in their houses.
But you don't have to be a hillbilly to not know how to handle money.
But hillbillies and poor people are the ones who are buying lottery tickets. Rich people do not gamble.
There are people with money who buy lottery tickets.
Sure.
This note, they refer to the lottery as a regressive tax. A, I get what they mean, but B, no one's telling poor people to buy lottery tickets.
No, but it's a
Right?
promise
They-
of all your problems could be fixed
Not
for
a
just $1.
promise. It's gambling.
Well, no,
The
it's
fact that a certain portion of the population is more prone to needing that kind of money. Absolutely. I understand where the pathology comes from. What I'm saying is there are all kinds of people who play the lottery.
Right, but it tends to, you guys don't like it when I use this word, I feel like it preys on poor people by saying, look at all of these things you could have.
You're not alone in
by
that belief.
just spending $1.
I understand.
Look what you could get. And people who have money don't have the same need for it, right?
But there are
So
also-
if all your bills are paid, you don't need the chance at freedom.
Understood.
Because you have financial freedom.
Understood.
Right?
What did I say last week?
Nothing.
A lot of poor people consider themselves, Oscar Wilde, right? Or sorry, Upton Sinclair. Poor people consider themselves temporarily inconvenienced millionaires. And that is how you get people, for instance, to vote against their own interests financially. Because in the back of their mind, they go, well, someday I'll be rich. And I don't want the government taking off all my money. And that's how they get people to vote a certain way. Those people, 99.9% of them are never rich. But there are a lot of poor people who don't play the lottery. Because they're like, well, it's gambling, and it's...
There's a lot of poor people who don't play the lottery, but the majority of people who do are poor.
Correct. Yes.
The majority of people who gamble are poor.
And that goes across, that's a classist thing. That
Yes.
goes across ethnic lines.
I just say
gender
hillbillies
lines,
because
you know.
that's my family. That's what I'm
No, I
used to
understand.
being around. But yeah, it's a 100% lower class thing is gambling.
Lower income.
Well, what's the difference?
Lower class implies that maybe I don't know.
I'm not saying the classy level like that.
You're
no
not?
one with a monocle has ever played the lottery.
Just look at the guy in the Monopoly board. That
Exactly.
tells you all you need to know.
He had to get rich owns somehow. it.
That's
He owns
right.
I feel like I'm not playing correctly when I'm doing the scratch-offs.
Are you losing?
Well, like, I don't
Then
know
you're
if I'm
not playing correctly.
I don't know if I'm scratching off the right ones at the right time. Like,
Well, then don't play.
Time. Cody,
How about
it's
that?
not
Just
that
don't
hard.
play. You want to talk about somebody lighting their money on fire? Why are you playing scratchers in the first
I
place?
don't. I get them as a gift, and then I'm like, okay, I scratch off this one and this one. I'm like, oh, was I supposed to scratch that off? And then,
Scratch it all. Scratch the whole thing.
okay.
Only you could make scratchers complicated.
I had to FaceTime my friend. I was like, am I doing this right? And she
Am
was
I
like,
doing
watching me
this
scratch 'em
right?
off.
Just scratch everything on the front of the thing. Anything that's got that silver layer on it,
It's
scratch
so-
that off.
So messy.
It is messy.
By the way, you don't even have to scratch. Like, that's the
You can
fun.
scan it now.
Now you
Yeah.
scan
That
it.
is so. Listen, you got a problem.
We've got a
babe.
purist here.
You got a problem.
you
can't
take away
take
the
the.
fun.
You can't take away the 90 seconds it takes to scratch
Oh
it
no,
off.
I'm on your team with this, but you've
Don't
seen
just
people.
go for the
You've
barcode.
seen people with
Yes.
a problem.
Oh,
They
no,
buy
I know.
them, and they hand them right back to the guy.
Yeah.
Scan them.
You don't even want to play.
Nope.
No, they don't want to play. It's not about that.
I want to know if I won. That's all they want to know. Yep.
I'm looking for a dopamine hit, baby. Give
But
it
that
to me.
is no fun. That is no fun.
Yeah, addiction's no fun.
Hey,
How do you like
Donnie.
that?
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hey, Donnie. How come we don't ever hear from Donnie anymore? Remember Donnie? Donnie the intern?
This is Donnie.
No.
Let's talk to this Donnie.
This isn't Donnie. I wonder where other Donnie is. Maybe life's too good for him now. Maybe he hit the lottery. What's going on, Donnie?
No, this is Johnny with a J.
Oh, thank you, Poundcake. Doing my crack squad back there, Donnie. Sorry, Johnny is his name. Right, Johnny. Okay.
So I was thinking the other day, I'm not 100% sure who funds the lottery when it keeps going up and up, but wouldn't it benefit the government if they just continued to let it grow so that they got all that tax money? It grew and grew for them.
I don't know. I mean, because it does different things in different states, right? In Ohio, what does it benefit? Education, right? But I think the deep, dark secret about that is it doesn't really add to it. They just remove that from the budget, right? So it's kind of zero sum. When I lived in Pennsylvania, they were like, the Pennsylvania lottery benefits older Pennsylvanians because the median age in Pennsylvania is like 102 or something. So it's changing a little bit. When I lived there 20 years ago, that's what it was. And so state to state, it can be different. But the intricacies of it, I don't know. I play very infrequently. It was like Gwen will be like, hey, did you buy a Powerball ticket? I'm like, didn't even occur to me. Nope, I did not. When we were in Jersey last summer, when the Powerball was like $400 billion or whatever it was, we were on the Jersey Shore, and we were going out day drinking with some friends who live in New York who came in to hang, and we were coming back just stumbling around like, hey, let's go into this liquor store and buy some Powerball tickets. And that's what we did. But I had to be off my nut to walk in and buy Powerball tickets. And I think I bought like $10. What's a Powerball ticket? $3?
Yeah, if you do a power play.
I bought like whatever the multiple of that is. I bought like $15 in Powerball tickets.
You don't have to do a power
And
play. Ball, then it's like
spoiler, I didn't win.
No.
So I'm only out $15. But Mary has got thoughts on determining what an Alp is, and then determining how much one of those would cost.
I don't want to buy the Alp. I want to put my money in the Swiss Alps bank.
Now, Mary,
The Swiss Alps.
Yeah.
I think I probably know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask you just to make sure.
Here we go.
How many times does a gambling addict have to win in order to keep playing?
Oh, baby, it's not about winning.
But if they do, but some of them do.
It's all
win.
about that
If-
rush.
If they play often enough,
What I'm telling you is there is no end to it. Winning is the worst thing that can happen to a gambling addict.
because they're like, oh, I was right all along.
No, you
Just have to
win,
keep
and then
playing.
you have money to keep playing with. So
Let
say
it
you're
ride.
out. Say you're out 10 grand on the year, and you hit for $5,000, you're like, well, now I have $5,000 to make up that other $5,000.
Wow. Okay.
And also at that point, it's not about the money anymore. When you're an addict, it's about the dopamine hit. It's like the money is secondary to the chemicals your brain releases.
But isn't the initial, let's say on day one, because you have to discover you're a gambling addict.
Mm-hmm. Well, you become a gambling addict.
Okay, but on day one, it is about the money.
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
But when
it's the pain and pleasure thing that tips the other way.
It's your first big win, and that feeling and that rush and that, oh my God, look at all that I can do with this. I'm invincible. I can't lose. I'm going to do this forever. Why don't I just gamble?
I'm invincible. I can't lose.
If I could do that, well, it's like if you say you hit for $5,000 at a casino on a slot machine, and you're like, oh my God, if I can do this 5 more times, I can pay off my car. That seems so easy. Just let me do this 5 more times.
And
then you start chasing and chasing and chasing.
And the sickness doesn't let them realize that that's a near impossibility.
Well, because it already happened to you.
Well, it happened once.
It happened, but it happened.
Believing it's gonna happen 5 more times is where the sickness comes in.
The fact that it did happen means it can happen.
Okay.
Right?
Oh.
Well, so it's like it can happen.
But everybody knows it can happen. But will it happen in succession? You're saying that's where
there's no reason it can't. Other than statistics. Let's throw those out the window.
Other than math, probability. Right. Okay, well, there it is. I've got to take a break here. Hey, you want to join us end of next month, the 26th to be precise, on board the Nautica Queen for the return of the Alan Cox Show cruise with MMS and Bud Light. Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. You got to win your way on, and we will do just that on the way back. If you want to text for anything else, 35192 to get me there.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free
the Yo-Yo, Pong, the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Guardians end up splitting that series with the White Sox. 4 games in all. Guardians win twice. 5-0, the final in Chicago yesterday. White Sox will be here in town this coming weekend to play the Guardians. But between then and now, Guardians move to Houston to take on the Astros for 3 games. That is an 8:10 first pitch here on MMS tonight. The Guardians and those damn cheating Astros. Here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app.
Half game out of first place.
You want to listen there. Yes, half game out of first place. Guardians are above 500. That's pretty good. Right behind the Twins. So that'll be tonight.
Are they above or are they right at? They 1 game above?
Yeah, I'm sorry. They are right at.
Okay.
53 and 53.
That's what I thought.
Is where the Guardians are sitting right now. So 8:10 is your start tonight here on MMS. You know, analogous to baseball, we talk about all of the goofy, arcane stats that get thrown out, and it made me laugh. I thought of that when I saw a stat on the Barbie movie getting thrown out.
Mm-hmm.
The Barbie movie is on track to make $1 billion. It's almost at the $800 million point here, so it's on track. It's kind of a fait accompli. At least that's what they're considering for it to hit the $1 billion mark. But an ingenious bit of clickbait on the movie leads you to one of those really specific bits of data. That the Barbie movie smashes the Dark Knight's 15-year-old box office record. And you go, oh my God, what is that? Right? The Barbie movie held the highest ever Monday gross for a Warner Brothers movie.
Take that, Dark Knight.
Yeah, that's
Suck
right.
it.
Look at what we
Suck it,
made on a
Batman.
Monday. Everybody else, all you other suckers are going on Saturdays and Sundays. But on a Monday.
And think about all those people in the service industry that have Mondays off that love Barbie.
That's right. Barbie, a massive success for Warner Brothers. And the previous record holder was The Dark Knight, Christopher Nolan's Batman sequel, which made, it held the record for 15 years, made about $25 million on a Monday. And Barbie took in $26 million last Monday. But what a wild piece of statistical information there.
We went to the movies this weekend. And
What did you see?
Elemental.
Oh, yeah, we saw that.
Did you hate it? Because I thought it sucked.
I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it. It's kind of that
so
rare.
serious.
Well, it's that rare movie where the main characters aren't kids. They're like grown people.
They're like in their 20s.
Yeah, it was okay.
What?
I mean,
Dude.
it was.
So it's this like the world is made up of different elements. So
Uh-huh.
every being in the movie is
Yeah, it's
either
like water
fire,
and fire,
water,
yeah.
Oh,
air.
that's why it's called that.
Yes,
Yeah.
fire, water, air, or earth, right? Which is fine. But it's like this whole thing about how this fire girl, her parents came from Fireland, so they're immigrants to the big city,
Mhm.
and they started this shop, and their whole life's purpose is this shop and giving their daughter a better life than they had. And she has to take over the shop one day.
So
But
it's a West Side Story.
It's My Big Fat Greek Wedding, because then she falls in love with a dude who's a water element.
Yeah, it's
and
very
elements can't mix.
It's
And
very derivative for a Pixar movie. Yeah.
It's an adult like romantic drama is what it is.
And it doesn't really have any stars.
There's
like
no
it's
stars. There's no
got
singing.
Catherine well, I don't want the singing.
Well, for a kids movie.
Catherine O'Hara is one of the bigger names in it, but the two main characters, I mean, you might know who they are, but they're not big stars. It was okay. I mean,
I did not like it at all.
we saw it, I think, the weekend it came out because we were, my daughter's not huge on going to the movies, but I was like, oh, we should go see this. It'll be cute, whatever. And she liked it, and it was okay. It wasn't a bad way to spend.
It was 2 hours long. It was like 110 minutes.
That's not 2 hours.
That's 10 minutes shy of 2 hours. Halfway through, my 4-year-old niece looked at me and goes, why is this taking so long? Because it's very monologue driven. There's like big emotional moments from these characters. Why can't I be the daughter I was always meant to be? And I'm like, there's no way this is connecting to 6-year-olds. There's no way.
No, that's the thing that I thought was strange. And again, I was having a conversation with somebody over the weekend about why movies are all so goddamn long. Because I haven't seen Oppenheimer yet. And this person was like, well, it's like 3.5 hours long. I go, yeah, Oppenheimer, I can handle that being. That's literally an epic in scope type of film. But when a comedy is 2 hours and 10 minutes long, it's like you have an editor for a reason. Or to your point, this Pixar movie, what kid wants to sit there for just shy of 2 hours? I don't know how long the Super Mario Brothers movie was, but I don't think it was that long.
No.
And it was
like 90 minutes.
It was a much better movie.
It was so much fun.
Yeah.
That movie,
and it moved. Pacing's everything.
And that was the thing, is that was the last kids movie we saw in theaters was Super Mario Brothers. So we were coming off of like a high, and then we see this Elemental movie, and I don't know, man. It just felt, for me, it felt way too heavy for a kids movie. It wasn't even really funny. It wasn't silly. It wasn't. I don't know, man.
I remember my daughter, the little one, doesn't she doesn't handle tension and drama yet well in movies and things. So something will really kind of get her starting to tear up or what. And I'm like, that's okay. That's what these movies are like trying to do anyway. And so I think that maybe she might have hit a point with that in Elemental. She liked it, but yeah, it's not the best thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
You know?
It's just weird.
I was talking about going to see the Barbie movie with her, but I wasn't sure if it was, I know it's not for kids, but it's not R. You know, I'm like, she's pretty sharp. She seems down for it, but I haven't seen it, obviously, so I wasn't sure if it was something that you take a 7-year-old to.
I get mixed
or
reviews
if it's too
on it.
much that it's just going to go over her head.
I have friends
What'd
who
your
said...
brother say?
My brother.
Did he see
no,
Barbie
he hasn't
movie?
seen it yet. But I've had friends who say, yes, it's absolutely good for kids to see, or no, it's all going to go over their head. I've heard like 50-50.
Yeah. Well, because I'm just always looking for a movie that she'll agree to go to. I'm like, hey, do you want to go see, she's not going to go see Oppenheimer, But I was like, oh, we go see Barbie. We didn't go see it. But, yeah. Well, there you go. But people, ladies be fighting. I don't know if anybody's ever mentioned this in any kind of humorous capacity or anything, but write it down. The ladies be fighting. And every week there's a new video of women fighting in the theater at Barbie, which tells me maybe they're not getting the message. They're not getting the message that the ladies are supposed to be taking from this Barbie movie. And you know that there's a bad message in the Barbie movie because that's what your favorite male right-wing commentator is happy to tell you over the span of 2 hours. But video of these women fighting last week in the Barbie movie. Video now of women fighting in the Barbie movie. And I don't know what they're fighting about. In England, have you seen the video? These two women are fighting, punching each other. Now, you can't tell what the hell they're saying because of those accents, but they're like, oh, yeah, I bake, I boo, boo. But they're punching and they're slapping each other. And... I mean, the movie's over by that point. If you watch the video, and it's just rife with profanity, so I'm just giving you a little bit of the audio there. You can find the video.
Just get out.
The women in Brazil were fighting because the one lady had her kid on his tablet the whole time. And I guess this really bothered the other woman. I don't know if the kid didn't have headphones on. I don't know if the tablet was lighting it. I don't know. But those two fighting at the end of the movie. Like if you see that video from Brazil, the credits are going and they're throwing bows at the end of the Barbie movie. So clearly, whatever message guys like Ben Shapiro are deathly terrified of being transmitted to these women, it's being lost on these particular women. Or I think it's more likely that given the popularity of this movie, given how many theaters it's in, you're going to have a couple of people fighting at a screening of any movie.
I've never seen a fight at a movie.
Oh, boy, I have. Now, I don't know that I've seen one in the advent of camera phones. But, yeah, back in the day, it was great. You were only bummed if you were out of popcorn. Because that was a good time. Were there any fights at Oppenheimer, Bill? You probably didn't see any fights in
Just
Oppenheimer.
Me fighting to stay awake.
There it is. Bill didn't like Oppenheimer.
I had a moment like you when we were at the movies because it was me, Brian, Blake, and then my 2 nieces. So there was 5 of us. So I figured we would all share a pop. So I ordered a large root beer for the kids and me to share. And then I got Brian a medium Mountain Dew, right? The large pop, I am not exaggerating when I say it was 124
It's
ounces.
a depth charge. Yeah. It's a massive, yes.
Blown away at how I couldn't believe it. When they handed me the Mountain Dew, I was like, that was supposed to, I thought that was the large. And she goes, no, that's the medium. I'm like, what the hell does the small look like? Like, I was like, this is far too, I felt like you. I was like, this is far too much soda and popcorn for one person. It blew my mind. Because I know there's some people drinking that whole, it was 18
It's like a
inches
46 ounce. Yeah, it's so much liquid for human consumption.
Well, but some people are drinking that by themselves.
They're like, oh, it's the child size. And like, how is this for a child? Like, oh, no, it's roughly the size of a child if you liquefied them.
Right. It was crazy, dude. I couldn't believe it. I was honestly like almost speechless. I was like, what am I supposed to do with all this?
And that has very quietly changed maybe in the past 10 years because I can remember a time where if you got a medium or if you got a large, because listen, I like the Mountain Dew. There was a time where if you got the large, it wasn't that massive, usually it's in a hard plastic promotional cup now,
Yeah,
right?
It was like a large was 32 ounces at the biggest, but now it is that giant like 70 ounce.
It's got to be bigger than that.
And it's ridiculous.
Because it's so cheap. They're like, oh, it's only a quarter more.
Right.
And for most people's brains, they just go, okay.
54 ounces.
54 ounces. And they charge, what, $7 or $8 for it? So they're like, well, if we're going to charge $8 for it, we might as well give them a ton of pop.
Right.
We got the tub of popcorn. We got the big, like basketball hoop size tub.
And it's not even that big. I get the tub for me.
Well, we cleared it out in like the first 20, between 5 people. That popcorn was gone in the first half hour of the movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, I couldn't believe
that's a rookie move, son. You don't just get one popcorn with that many people.
No, you got the popcorn.
Well, we got the giant one.
That doesn't matter.
But a lot of them, if you get the giant one, you get a free refill with it too.
Well,
yeah, but then somebody, you got to draw straws to see who's going to go back out there and get the
Well, if the movie
thing.
sucks, who cares?
Yeah, that's true. Well, the move is we get the refill as we're walking out the door.
Well, here's what I would do when the kids were younger. We'd go and we'd get the popcorn, and then everybody would get, like, they'd give you little bags.
Little containers, yeah.
Yeah, or containers. We'd spread it all out and then go back before the movie started and get a refill.
Yeah.
So we had more ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Brian drank.
So you ended up running out of popcorn, but not out of soda.
Well, no, we ended up finishing it all between everybody during the 2-hour movie. But I was shocked. I was like, that's so much pop. It felt like a half a liter of pop.
Right.
Yeah.
Probably more than that.
It's like 3 pounds of liquid.
It's a lot, dude. It was a lot.
That's why they have to be like the hard plastic promotional. They're like, are you sure you want the medium or do you want the massive Black Adam bucket and drink? And you go, man, just give me the small.
I mean, you're like 10 ounces away from a 2-liter.
Dude, when she was filling it up, I'm serious. When she was filling it up, I looked at her, I go, what? That's a large. She goes, yeah, but it does come with a refill. I was like, who needs soda?
I will never need that refilled.
This is enough pop for
you
a
get
birthday
100 ounces
party.
of pop today. It's good.
Right. Well, we got the root beer so the kids weren't having caffeine, but I'm like, at this point, all the sugar doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
We'd be wired anyway.
Is there no caffeine in root beer?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that's root beer and Sprite are the two that don't have caffeine.
I didn't know
that's
that.
usually the pops that kids will drink.
I see.
Dr.
I like root
Pepper,
beer.
on the other
I didn't
hand.
know that. Oh, God. Dr.
That's for
Pepper
babies.
and the Santora clan, you got to put that in a bottle with a nipple on it.
Yes, sir.
Wow. All right.
They had a
Well,
big-
anyway, ladies, be fighting. In Barbie, I was, the thing is, too, is something they call the Barbie test. Where
Let's do
girls are doing on potential. Well, it's not even that. It's when girls are potentially thinking about dating a guy or hooking up or whatever, you ask them, what do you think about the Barbie movie? And whether or not they've seen it. If a guy's like, I don't want to see it, or blah, blah, or I didn't like it, then they go, that's a red flag. But I'm like, but what if you just didn't like it? It doesn't have to be a commentary on women's rights to go, I saw the movie and didn't care for it. Why is that a red flag? If a guy goes off on a tirade, that would be a red flag under any circumstances. But this whole, he didn't like the Barbie. Yeah. Do the Oppenheimer test on Bill Squire and see how far you get. But this whole, he didn't like the Barbie movies. First off, the guy went to go see it. A lot of dudes wouldn't be caught dead in that. Second of all, it's okay to not like any movie. It's not a red flag if you didn't like the Barbie movie. Some people are like, oh, he's the keeper because he loved the movie and he got all the jokes. It's like, I guarantee you the jokes are not super deep. And it's okay if you didn't like that movie. If he's screaming and pissing and moaning about it, that's a whole other thing.
She can't even cook. Crazy stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. If you did a 5-minute Instagram live on how much the movie sucks, that's a whole other thing. But that doesn't have to be. The Barbie movie is probably not going to be the important cog in that dating machine, as it were. I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text for something, 35192. You can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app, and we'll be back after these.
Rover's Morning Glory.
This guy's suing Buffalo Wild Wings because he says the boneless wings are not
It's a return of Saliva and Drowning Pool, bringing the Snafu Tour to the House of Blues, presented by WMMS. Special guest Adelita's Way at Any Given Sin, WMMS.com. Got a shot for you to win the VIP package, meet and greet with Saliva, autographed stuff, and more. LiveNation.com is going to have tickets for you. Get to WMMS.com. Wednesday, September 27th is the actual show, right around the corner here at the House of Blues. Want to go? We call her 10. Saliva and Drowning Pool and Company. I call her 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you can't beat them, join them. And if you can't join them, send a strongly worded letter asking why your application was rejected. Another helpful tip from the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Yeah, a little old school Drowning Pool. The late, great Dave Williams, who's been dead for 20 years now, probably. I'm not sure who's fronting Drowning Pool, but that is a band that decided to never quit. I don't know who their frontman is now, but back in the day, Drowning Pool was on a rocket ride to doing whatever they wanted to do. They've been through a handful of vocalists since Dave Williams died in their tour bus. I will have those tickets for you all this week. Of course, Josie Scott and Saliva, I think they're back in there. I think they're doing what they normally do.
Click, click, boom!
We gotta get Lil Willie Squire as part of that VIP action.
That'd be cool.
Out there,
I just
right?
want to sing that song with them.
Mm-hmm. Click, click, Bill. See if we can get that. It is a WMMS Presents show. I don't know what that constitutes, but, Buzzard Fest is Friday. Very excited for Buzzard Fest.
I am too.
Having some conversations about that this morning. You can go to WMMS.com. You can go to BuzzardFest.com. Those individual ticket prices went up a bit, but I think you can still get 4 of them for $220. Grab some friends, and it's going to happen Friday. The talking about it almost done. Ready to do the damn thing, as the kids say, out there at Victory Sports Park. Incubus and Filter and Live, and we'll be talking to some of the bands, and who knows what else. But should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it. Guardians split that series in Chicago against the White Sox. 2 games apiece. They are headed to Houston, probably there now, for the first of 3 against the Astros. That is an 8:10 start here tonight on WMMS. And on the iHeartRadio app, I was listening to, I went down a rabbit hole of something this morning and landed on a new favorite name. Not a new person. They are long dead. But you know who the actor Paul Giamatti is?
Yeah.
Great actor. He has a podcast
And
where he...
handsome.
What's that?
Just one of the more handsome guys in Hollywood.
Well, not classically handsome, but that's why they call him an actor's actor. But he comes from academic stock. His dad was the head of Yale University before his dad became the commissioner of Major League Baseball. He hadn't been in the role for very long. Bart Giamatti was Paul Giamatti's dad, and he was the baseball commissioner during all that Pete Rose stuff. He's the guy that told Pete Rose that he was not going to be eligible for the Hall of Fame for the cheating thing. Well, Bart Giamatti died pretty young. He was a heavy smoker, and he had a heart attack on vacation or something like that. And so he was only 51 when he died. So then, but there hadn't been that many baseball commissioners. And I was curious who the people were. You go to their Wikipedia page and it will tell you in any position who they were preceded by. And so I went back and back and back. I think he was only like the 4th or 5th baseball commissioner. I'm like, okay, so I'm not going to be going back 150 years. I'm like, who was the first commissioner of baseball? And you know who it was? A guy whose given name was Kennesaw Mountain Landis, who had to be from Georgia, and they're in Kennesaw Mountain. But boy, I just love that name. Kennesaw. I was like, okay, that's got to be a nickname. What was his given name? Like I said, I went down a rabbit hole. And that was his given name, Kennesaw Mountain Landis, the inaugural commissioner of baseball. I don't know what year that was. It had to be 18-something. When was baseball invented? I bet that the position of
20 or something.
I was going to say, I bet that the position of baseball commissioner didn't predate the actual game itself.
That's a good guess.
That would have been wild. I don't really know how everything works, but there it is. Got a letter from Roger. Alan, I've been listening for quite a while. I live in East Amherst, New York. I work in Valley City, and I stay out on Catawba Island while I'm in Ohio. In the 80s, I was working the steel mills in northwest Indiana, and he used to listen to the morning show that I got my start on in Chicago. But he is up there in East Amherst. He's seeing new Lindy Corn ads.
Oh, yeah.
And he's sending me Lindy Corn ads.
Thank you. You're doing God's work.
He's just filming them on his phone, but they are great. Lindy Corn, of course, is a local, very prestigious attorney up there in the Buffalo metropolitan area, who we've played her clips before. She's famous for her sexual assault cases.
Her boss hugged her and squeezed her breasts, which felt sexual in nature, not like a greeting.
Now, the hugged her is what grabbed us. I'll show you some of the video he sent me here. Oop, hold on. Oop, I can't get out of it. Oh, I've gotten myself into a pickle. Oh, there we go. Do this here. You'll notice that Lindy Corn has got some blue streaks in her hair now,
she's doing
right?
some wild stuff with her hair.
On My TV Buffalo.
If you've been sexually harassed and assaulted at work, no matter how long ago, you can now sue under the Adult Victim Survivors Act until November 2023. Call the law office of Lindy Corn.
Now, here's what I'll say.
Straightforward.
What is pretty straightforward. I would think what you'd want, however, is you'd want a web address that people could immediately remember. And maybe she does, but that's not the one that's on the screen. You think you'd want lindycorn.com, spelled corn like the band, right? But the website address on her commercial is buffalo-discrimination-attorney.com.
Oh, my goodness.
So that tells me not only does Lindy Corn have an affinity for the color blue, I mean, just look at her. She's got the streaks in her hair, wearing blue, blue nail polish, blue.
Just matching it up.
Is that a watch or a bracelet?
It's like a watch.
Yeah.
That tells me that it's not about Lindy Corn. It's about what she does.
Oh, yeah.
Buffalo-discrimination-attorney.com. Roger sent me a couple of videos there of Lindy Corn.
After he danced with his husband.
Oops, sorry.
Oh.
My client complained that after he danced with his husband at a holiday work party, the next week at work, he was called a fruitcake.
Oh.
Does this sound familiar? If so, call the law office.
We played that one, didn't we?
Yeah, we played that one.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Was he called a fruitcake?
That's the one that I saw when I was in Jamestown, New York for my birthday weekend. And I went to the Comedy Museum and then stayed overnight and watched the Super Bowl there. And I saw that one during the Super Bowl and was dying laughing.
Well, they're still showing it.
So, yeah. It was so,
from the Super Bowl on.
Yeah. I was like, it's a Lindy Corn. It's a new one. I was so excited.
My client complained that after he danced with his husband at a holiday work party, the next week at work, he was called a fruitcake. Does this sound familiar?
Does it sound familiar at your place of business that you were called a fruitcake? At least we have the good sense to call Cody Brown pound cake. Did you move this weekend, by the way? Is that all done?
Yeah.
Did we already talk about this?
No.
How did it go?
It was busy. But shout out to Mike who does traffic at TM because he's the one that helped me. He offered his truck.
Who's Mike?
Yeah, because we ran into him like Thursday or Friday in the
it was
in the
kitchen.
break room or in the kitchen, and we were talking about that, and he's like, "I got a truck," and I'm glad that worked out.
Yeah,
Mike. Who is Mike at TAM?
He's new. I think he does traffic. I don't know if he's necessarily on the station, but he does traffic for. I think he took Olivia Musica's spot.
Okay.
What does he look like?
I mean, he's got to be on the air if he's doing traffic for them. That's
Well,
not
then,
an off-air thing.
Well, yeah, he does traffic.
He looks like a bro. Like he looks like a dude.
He's a young dude?
He's younger than.
So you guys are
by TAM. He's a baby.
So you guys are like in the kitchen, and you're.
I was weighing the options because I didn't want to get a U-Haul for 3 items.
But I mean,
but
the two of you having the conversation. He
Yeah, we were
introduced himself
talking
to you.
Bill and
or-
I talking. And
oh,
then-
the two of you.
And
Okay.
he was sitting in there at the time. He was like, I got a truck. If you just need to, if you legit only have like 3 things you need to throw in the back of there. He's like, I could give you a hand. I was like, sweet.
Boy, what a great way to ingratiate yourself with your new colleagues.
Yeah. And I just asked him, I was like, what do you want? I was like, I can Venmo you, I'll give you cash, I'll get you beer. And he was like, just one of these days, just buy me Taco Bell. And bring it. I was like, okay.
Hell yeah, dude.
Man after your own heart.
He didn't even want anything. So that's the best type of friend.
You
But
think
yeah.
he was hitting on you?
He's a married guy. A married guy with
You
children.
know better than anybody. That doesn't mean anything.
You know what? It's funny you say that because his wife is a fan of the show. And as we were moving.
Everyone's wife is a fan of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. My wife's a fan of the show.
Who's your wife?
Brian.
Not for long.
Yeah. I
Live,
know.
laugh,
I
love,
know, I
then
know.
laugh again.
As we were moving, he was like, yeah, you're moving Poundcake. He's like, be careful. He has a reputation of trying to turn straight guys. And I was like, see? I was like, I can't get away from it.
Your reputation precedes you.
Yeah, but I was
All
like,
right.
It's been years. When do I get to, shed that skin?
I don't know. Some things will follow you around for the rest of your days. So, it all went as planned, though?
Kinda. So I did get all of my stuff in. So like I was getting ready to take my last carload over from my old apartment to my new apartment. And then I was like, man, I've been working all day. I'm sore. All I want is like Mary kind of like corrupted me. All I want is a big
Corrupted you.
All I wanted was a Big Mac and a
Yes.
large chocolate shake. And I was like,
Do
oh my
it.
gosh.
Oh, that's
So
a big load.
I get that, and they delivered it to me. But like I was sitting in the parking lot of McDonald's because I had to wait to get my Big Mac, but they gave me the shake already.
And that
so
was gone.
I downed it by the time they got there. And
What kind of shake?
Chocolate. He
large
just said that.
chocolate shake.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear that.
You don't listen to the show, Alan.
I don't listen to him.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
My mom called me, and she's like, is your move going well? I said, yeah, I'm getting ready to take my last carload now. And she's like, oh, well, great. I hate to ask, but I have a couple appliances that still need to be moved.
Oh, my God.
Mom, nobody wants to see that cup. We'll get the stickers.
And she was like, it's just me and your cousin here, who's a female. And she's like, we need some, elbow. So I forget what she said, elbow grease or TLC, men TLC, whatever. And I'm like, so you want me to come all the way out there?
I like how the phrase elbow grease is completely foreign to Poundcake.
No, I don't know if that's what she said, but it's something to that effect.
Yep.
And I'm like, man, I'm not gonna say no. It's like the last days that she has that.
But
that
you're
house.
using Mike's truck.
No. This is already gone. Like he moved
Oh,
me.
okay.
I'm whatever I couldn't take in my car. Mike helped me with it. And there was
Gotcha.
only like 3 things.
Okay.
The rest
Your
of the
mom's
stuff-
asking you to use your car to move
she's
her
n-
stuff.
No. She's asking me to use my strength, like my arms.
To pick up a washing machine.
Like, I had to get some
Oh.
appliances out of the basement. Like I had to get a washer, a dryer, a deep freezer, and a refrigerator
Wow.
out of there. And I had to use like a dolly to go up the steps after a whole day of moving. And I'm like, so I'm doing.
You
2
should
moves
have.
today.
You should have just gone somewhere and gotten that shoulder dolly.
We had that
You
shoulder.
throw the straps over your shoulders.
Oh, no, I
and,
didn't.
yeah.
Carry a refrigerator?
Two people can carry a refrigerator with those. Of course.
His 65-year-old mother or his female cousin?
How old's your cousin?
Quality women.
She's in her 40s, I think.
Oh, 2 women.
Right
Okay.
So
well,
it was
it's-
it was 2 women.
All right. Well,
And literally, I'm like,
I
man,
bet you could have made it work.
we got it up there, but like I was pissed. I was like, man, I can't have
Trying
it.
to have my Big Mac.
I didn't even get to finish it. So I didn't. I just ate the fries, down the
Why
milkshake.
didn't you say yes? As soon as I'm finished eating, I'll come over. Why race through your? Why stop your food? The appliances aren't going anywhere.
I think she only had the U-Haul for a certain amount of time.
And he had also just
but that's
moved
bad
all
planning.
day.
I know. I understand. I'm saying
But
in his defense, like that's just bad planning on your mom's part.
It is bad planning on my mom's part, but that doesn't change the fact that it had to be done. Yeah, it was awful planning. That's
Mom,
why I
let me
played the first
finish.
time.
Let me finish
Don't
eating.
answer and send the phone to voicemail.
Yes, I'll call you back when I'm done eating.
So it was kind of like my gift to myself. After that whole day of moving, I went back to the apartment, and I didn't even nothing is set up. I'm laying in the middle of the floor on a mattress, and I took that Big Mac, and I was like, oh my God, it's so good.
That cold Big Mac?
You know what, though? I'm not gonna lie.
I don't care. I ate it. It was so good. I had the Mac sauce all over my face.
Yes.
I'm like, I've never been.
Cold Big Mac.
It was room temperature, not
It
cold.
wasn't hot, but that's not hot 45 seconds after you get it.
That's why I'm saying, boy, you get one, you got to eat it.
The beauty of McDonald's is that Big Mac could sit there for 10,000 years and it still look the same.
Right.
It'll look the same. It won't
It's not
taste
doing it.
the same.
Oh,
Those are cautionary tales, Poundcake.
I will say though, the first week in a new place is my favorite. When you're kind of getting everything set up and nothing's really where it goes yet, it feels like starting over. You're like, okay, where's my bookshelf gonna go? Where's my little trinkets gonna go? How do I want to set up my room? Like, I really love that first week of being in a new place and getting everything
Well, good
settled.
for me. It won't be so difficult because I only have a room.
It's a studio?
No, I only have a room worth of furniture.
Oh. You don't have a couch or anything?
No, darling. That's why I literally only had 3 things. This is the
Do you
last.
have a TV?
For my bedroom.
Okay.
That was the whole point of me not getting a U-Haul. I'm like, I can carry most of the stuff in my car. I only have enough furniture for a room. All the other stuff in my
So you don't have anything. You don't have a dining room table. You don't have a
everything.
coffee table.
Everything at his old spot was all in his room.
So you got a big ass empty living room.
Yes. Now you understand.
But that's the dream.
I know that's great. You're starting over. Dude, Cody, I'm not lying. Maybe this weekend or next weekend, come to my storage unit. I have all my stuff from my apartment. I've got shelves and all kinds of things.
I thought of Bill because I finally have an apartment now where I can have. I'm like, oh my gosh, the bidet. And I looked at my toilet, and it's one of those toilets. It looks like a school toilet. Like it doesn't have a bowl on the back, if you know what I mean.
A tank?
It doesn't have a tank. It's like an old.
Does it still have a water hookup though?
I think so, but
I mean, you
send
have
me a picture of it tomorrow.
You have water in your toilet, so there is a water hookup.
Yes, but it doesn't have a tank. Like it.
You don't need the tank as long as it's got a water hookup.
Near the base, there
Yeah.
you'll see like a pipe and
a little turny thingy.
Yes, a turny thingy. Yes,
A little knob.
The
There
handle
you
to start or stop the water. Yes, a turny thingy.
It burned. I was working so hard yesterday. It burned when I took a shower. Like the sweat was like so. It was like the water poured down, and then like the sweat that was like on my forehead went down into my eyes. It was so gross. I was like, ugh. I'm not like I just don't want to. So this was the last move I'm ever gonna have where I don't need a U-Haul because I'm accumulating stuff. I'm assuming in this apartment. I'm gonna have.
Well, you're gonna get a whole living room.
I'm gonna
full
have
of
a
furniture.
couch, and then my brother is giving me his. He has a cute little kitchen table that has like benches to go with it. I'm a simple guy. I don't need a lot of stuff. I did. I still have that Justin Timberlake photo from 6200 Oak Tree.
He definitely doesn't need a bookcase.
What was the address?
6200.
Okay, I thought you said 1600.
No, 6200.
Okay, all right, just.
I should have just said Oak Tree. No,
I mean, Cody, I'm telling you, man, if you need furniture for like a living room, I got, because Brian and I have 2 living rooms and they were full of stuff. So I've got a ton of extra stuff.
Perhaps, yeah, I'll talk business with you.
For free.
He meant 6200 Chuck Collier Boulevard, Bill.
Oh,
That was where the confusion lay.
Do you have, well, then let's start here. Do you have an interest in having a full apartment?
Yeah.
Yeah, you want like a nice little living room set up and, okay.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I would like some good stuff for a reasonable price because I'm a reasonable man. Like I can't buy $1,000 couch.
You're cheap. Not reasonable. You got to be cheap.
But I have to be cheap. I don't have
That's what I'm saying. You have to be cheap. I know.
Yeah. So, I mean, in reason, I will have like a futon.
Don't
go to
have
IKEA.
futon,
You'll be
you're 30
fine.
years old. Cody,
Go to the Restore.
you don't need a futon. Please don't buy a futon.
For a couch?
Buy a couch. You're not 18 living in a frat
But he
house,
doesn't need a couch
but he
either.
doesn't need a futon.
Well, couches are expensive.
And I'm saying friends might come and stay over, so it
It folds out into a bed.
I am well aware of what a futon is.
Well, then
I
why
think
are
there's an
you?
age limit.
It's function over fashion.
Just blow up an air mattress and leave that in the middle of the floor. Screw it.
Let's get some lawn furniture.
Up until a couple years
Yeah.
ago, you lived in the ground.
Who's got milk crates? I had a couch.
Why are you giving him a hard time?
I had a couch.
Eventually you did.
Yeah, because we
Remember it
couldn't
was
find one
pain in the
that
ass to
fit
get
through
in
the
there?
old 1915 doors that place had. They're 3 feet wide.
You know, now I'm just like looking at my life. I'm like, where can I cut corners in regards to price? I was like, I don't want to pay for much of anything.
Where can I cut corners?
Yeah, I was like, what can I cut out of my life that I really don't need?
That's absolutely the right way to go about it. That's what you should be thinking.
So like Uber Eats, I'm like, I'm not
yes,
doing that no more.
He's learning. He's becoming a man.
Well, it's because he's on his own.
Yes.
But I was on my own before.
You have never been on your own like this. This is on your own. No one to split bills with. No one to, hey, I'm be 10 minutes late. Can you get my food from outside and pay for it? No, I need an extra day on my rent. Can you cover it? You are on your own.
Oh, when you put it like that, you make it all scary.
No, I'm saying you've never done this before. This should be exciting for you.
It's not. It's very scary.
Well, you're in the initial stages of it though too. The more you get used to
You're gonna
it,
love it.
the easier it'll get. Nothing beats living by yourself.
You guys keep
Nothing.
Okay,
It's true.
I'm waiting.
Listen,
You've been on there one day.
I want it to hit me. I just wanna
avail
sleep.
yourself of our collective vast wealth of knowledge on the subject and just enjoy it.
Okay. Well, I just want to wake up in the middle. I'm like, oh, this is what it's like to live alone. This feels fabulous. I want it to just be like that. I want to wake up and be like, I live alone. Not, oh man, I gotta go to work and pay bills otherwise.
Why does he have to say it like that though?
Because
Like
he lives alone and he can.
Oh,
Nobody has to hear it.
Oh, I will say the plus.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it.
Visit expresspros.com today.
The podcast Journalista tells the improbable life story of Courtney Cookie Hood. Follow Cookie's adventures from working for CBS News in Managua during the Nicaraguan Civil War to blowing the lid off the Iran-Contra scandal and almost taking down the Reagan presidency.
They're assuming that I know what I'm doing, that I'm a journalist. I wasn't. I was being thrown into the Coliseum to the lions. I had not a clue.
Listen to Journalista on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to get some Guardians tickets. Are going to take on the Toronto Blue Jays on Wednesday, August the 9th. It'll be a week from this Wednesday by my math. That's a 7:10 start around the corner of Progressive Field. All season long, if you have that MLB Ballpark app, it puts you a step ahead for tickets, info, everything else. So have that on your phone. That's how you're going to get the tickets from us. Guardians Blue Jays next Wednesday night. You got a couple of tickets here, okay? Good luck. Caller 10, they're yours. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007.
Welcome back.
Local DJ and all-around female orgasm denier, Alan Cox.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Guardians in Houston tonight. Aaron Savali, no longer a Cleveland Guardian.
Yeah, this trade.
Been dealt to the Rays.
This trade makes no sense.
You go from being on the second team in one division to the second team in another one, but a much better team. So.
Much better team.
Well, the Guardians continue to be the farm team for the Tampa Bay Rays. So there you go. Aaron Savali dealt to the Tampa Bay Rays for one of their first basemen. They had been poking around the Mariners and I think came a little bit late to the Aaron Savali thing. But nevertheless, he leaves Cleveland, suits up for Tampa, and we get Kyle Manzardo, who is the first baseman down there in Tampa. And so there you go. Changes in the Guardians organization.
Yeah, I don't love that trade.
Rays are sitting at 64-44, second in the East, behind the Baltimore Orioles. Houston tonight is where you will find the guys who are still on the Cleveland Guardians playing the Astros. 8:10 tonight. It's the first of three. They'll play them again tomorrow night at 8:10, and then Wednesday afternoon for a business bed special before the White Sox get here on Friday. And the Blue Jays will be in town. Hence the tickets I just gave you. I will have tickets all week. You want to go to that Guardians game. That's a 4-game series, by the way, against the Blue Jays. So that Wednesday game smack dab in the middle there, but I'll have those for you around this time all week. We've talked about this before. This is the future of retail, as long as they can get away with it, which you've kind of got, results may vary on this, but they're usually not positive situations. If you go out Sandusky way, you'll find a lot more Kroger locations than you will in, Metro Cleveland.
It's called Kroger's.
Kroger's.
Yeah.
Out there by the Walmarts and the whatevers. But Kroger has had a real boner for getting rid of humans for a while now. Anytime employees try to unionize.
Is that why they sell guns?
Does Kroger sell guns?
I think so.
Well, there you go. I mean, anytime employees would try to unionize, Kroger would just shut that location down. And one of their locations now in Tennessee, this is Franklin. This is going to be suburban Nashville. Kroger store has converted to completely self-checkouts. So no checkers. Now, I imagine there have to be a couple of humans, when you want to buy cough syrup, they've got to come over and check your ID. But this is what every company of that ilk is trying to do, wants to do, is get rid of all the humans. Now, they've done this before, not Kroger, but this has been tried before. Because, 100 years ago, remember the first self-checkouts, the promise was, hey, self-checkout. You don't have to wait in line. well, flip the script, and now we're all waiting in line to do the work ourselves. So this has already been tried elsewhere, flopped hard. So they go, well, I guess we have to bring back checkers. Now, mind you, they'll bring 2 back. So you'll still be waiting in line. You just won't be, you won't be an unpaid employee anymore of the store. So they're still going to have a couple of people in there because invariably you will have people who want nothing to do with the self-checkout. They're like, I shouldn't have to stand here under a blinking light because it can't read my bananas.
That happens to me every single time.
Well, and that's why you end up standing in line. And it's nobody's fault. I mean, yeah, there are some people who are all thumbs when it comes to the self-checkout. But other people are like, why am I doing this? So this Kroger outside Nashville converted to all self-checkout. But if history is any guide, this will flop too. But again, these are pilot programs to see how many people can we fire before we start to see kind of diminishing returns with respect to sales. But make no mistake, not just grocery store, every retail establishment would love to do this. Just get rid of everybody.
They put self-checkouts in at the Marks in Berea.
The Marks, you say?
Now, this is nothing against Marks. They just tend to have a little bit of an older audience.
Yeah.
A lot of...
they just started taking credit cards like 18 months ago.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
This is a disaster. Every time I've been in there, it's been some 85-year-old man standing there confused. And I'm like, I cannot imagine a worse store to put a self-checkout in. Like, just...
But it's not only self-checkout.
No, but
Right.
they put in like probably 6 of them.
Okay.
You know? So there are the options, to do both. But I was very surprised because up until a few years ago, it was like they only took Discover, checks, or cash.
Right.
So...
It used to be people, you'd be behind some 65-year-old guy who had like a Ziploc full of quarters.
Yes, that's very much so still happens.
It still happens, yeah.
That's why I was like, oh, wow, they're really trying to see what could happen here.
Well, that's a comfort thing for a lot of people. But again, the big grocery change, I assume you've noticed that the self-checkout pen, which is what it's becoming, they're getting incrementally bigger. And they're, by design, cutting into those checkout lanes. If you go to a Meijer, if you go to a Walmart, the checkout thing now is just a giant bull ring, right? You find one that's open. But that's getting bigger and bigger. And there'll be somebody standing there, like at Costco or any of these places that'll like check your receipt. I'm like, homie, if I just had to check out my own stuff, why am I showing you my receipt?
Right.
I'm doing the work. You're not doing the work. What are you checking?
We're checking to see if you stole anything.
Well, I didn't steal anything. Look,
Yeah,
you're,
but a
you're
lot of
asking,
people do.
you're asking me to do the work, right?
Yeah.
So if I'm doing the work, I'm not going to show you on my way out. You can get behind the thing and you can make sure everything is bought and paid for.
Don't go to Costco then.
Well, that's a different thing because I don't think Costco, you're checking yourself out. That's the weird thing. Like, nobody's ripping off a giant television. I don't understand the Costco thing. I
think
still
you're
don't understand it.
People are stealing. No matter where they go. People want to steal things.
No, I understand. I'm just saying, like, at Costco, where I don't think there's a self-checkout option.
No, I don't think so either.
So why are they checking your receipt at Costco?
I don't know.
When a human has just checked you out.
Because someone will just walk out with a cart. Because it's a long way. It's a long walk. A lot can happen.
A lot can happen.
And if they're not checking, people will just walk out with stuff. Because they don't put it in bags. They put it in boxes or you bring your own bags. And if you have a buy a big TV,
but
they don't put it in a bag. They don't put a paid sticker on it.
No, but you've just gone through the aisle with the human checking you out.
Yeah, but you can also walk out with a bunch of stuff. So they're going to check.
But they have it set up where it's like you got to go through a maze to get out of there.
Yeah, and if you figure out that maze and you have a big TV and you just walk out.
You just push your way through with a big TV. Because the TVs are in the front. Then you got to go all the way around past the hot dog stand and the tires.
Yeah.
So
if you're trying to commit a crime like this, that's not that big of an inconvenience.
See, all I'm saying is there's ways to do things. There's always a workaround, Alan.
People love stealing.
It's exciting.
I'll tell you what. It's
Is that
just
your next addiction?
It's
Yes. Once I quit gambling, I'm going to start stealing stuff.
I thought you did quit gambling.
I'm quit.
No, I got the shoplifting bug beat out of me when I was a kid.
Someone's saying that there are self-checkout at the Costco in Mayfield.
Okay.
So
I don't live in Mayfield. I'm talking to the one by me. I've been in multiple Costcos. Again, you're proving my point. Everywhere you go, they're like, how can we get rid of people who work here? Right? Everybody crows about how Costco, as far as retail goes, is like one of the greatest places to work. Right? The CEO is like, well, yeah, pay everybody here. Okay. That doesn't mean that they're going to keep a static number of employees on the roster. They're like, yeah, we're going to pay you very well, but you're going to notice more and more of your colleagues aren't here anymore. We have people here. It's been a long time since they did away with the so-and-so is no longer an employee.
Yeah.
We wish them well. We don't even get that anymore.
Nope.
That's been a long time. So I just noticed this morning.
We don't even let them finish get to their retirement.
You're
a year away. Beat it.
I noticed this morning that somebody is not here anymore.
Who's that?
I'm not going to say who, but it's kind of a zero-sum game. Anytime there's somebody new, I go, oh, they're sitting there. That other person no longer here. And there are people who have been on our sales staff for a long time who still aren't hip to like everything that's going on. One of them looked at me today and said, you play music, right? I go, what, me? I didn't even think they were talking to me. I go, me?
Of course you do.
I said I've been here for
every
almost...
Saturday night from 10 to midnight.
I wish it was every Saturday night.
Most Saturday nights.
I said, I've been here almost 14 years doing a talk show. Oh, I thought you played music. Okay. So, listen, more and more of your colleagues in retail, you're going to be looking around. You're going to go, okay. Costco price is so cheap you don't have to steal. Price has nothing to do with stealing.
That sounds like somebody that works for Costco.
Excitement.
Nice try, Costco.
Yeah, you can't
We're
fool
still
us.
going to steal their TVs.
I'm just saying, you steal a TV, that's an inside job, right?
Not necessarily.
Nobody's walking out with a 65-inch television is what I'm saying.
It depends on your wingspan. You know?
Anyway, you know what I'm saying.
From role models when he's like, look at me, I'm stealing TVs.
Yeah.
Dude, when
on the footage.
Just about 65-inch TV. When I moved into my apartment, Cody, and I had to set up my 65, I bought myself a new TV during COVID. I realized that I do not have a 65-inch wingspan, and I couldn't set it up by I physically could not get my arms around the TV in any way. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, there is no way for me to pick this thing up. I had to have my neighbor help me put it on the thing. Anyway.
Interesting.
That's it.
Could you come in and help me with my giant television?
Well, because I'm only 5'2".
I understand.
So I'm just like, there's literally no way for me to.
And that didn't occur to you before that?
No. I bought it, and the dude at Walmart put it in my car for me.
Yep.
So I didn't have to mess with any of it.
No, but you knew you were going to have to set it up.
But I didn't think about the fact that it was bigger than I am.
You didn't?
No. I
At
did not
any
think
point?
about that.
No.
No, I didn't.
You saw it and you go, wow, that's going to be quite cumbersome for me, a 5'2" young lady with no wingspan.
Right.
Didn't occur to you.
Because the box,
box is even bigger than the item.
Yeah. It was a
Hence
real
the
big mess.
dimensions.
real big mess.
I was talking, I know this is not really related, but I was talking all that crap about Grindr last week.
You should have got a grinder boy to come help you move.
Actually, I had an offer. I had a guy. By the way, I'm broken up. By the way, so I'm single, so I can do this. But
I'm black, and
I'm glad
gay.
you said it because people keep asking me, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I'm lying to people.
I'm single, so I can.
Poundcake is single.
That was the whole reason why I didn't necessarily have help moving was because.
Now, aren't you mad that you predated your 4-month anniversary?
You're so he's not wrong. I
know, but it's still fresh.
I was like, damn, the lawyer strikes again.
What? How is that my fault that I'm pointing out that he shouldn't have pre-sold his 4-month anniversary at 3 months? This guy
across a nuclear wall.
Now, we did tell you that you weren't going to get the 4 months, and that was before we knew anything.
You cursed me.
Cursed you. Stop it.
But
Anyway,
this still was your longest relationship.
Congratulations. You're single. You got your own space. You're really, if you'll pardon the pun, coming into your own.
How many people were asking, by the way?
A lot.
Well, because we would talk about you moving.
And everyone's like, why does he need an extra pair of hands?
Right. They were like, what happened to McBoyfriend? And I'm like, I don't know.
That's cool.
You made me lie to people.
Yeah, I did.
I don't like lying to the audience.
And
But I
people were like,
respected
you helped him move and he didn't help you move.
I respected your privacy.
See,
and so
you guys want to say everything's transactional. No, it wasn't. Because I didn't get anything out of it. It didn't help me move.
Yeah, but that's gonna.
I didn't
that just
get
means the
anything
next
out of it.
boyfriend's gonna pay for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He could pay my rent. Oh my gosh. Like, that would be great. Now I understand. I was like, oh, so this is how people get their rent paid. They just, snuggle up to someone with a lot of money.
That was new information to you?
I know. I just never did it because I was like, my rent's so cheap. Why would I even? It wouldn't even be worth it.
He's like, nah, I gotta snuggle up now.
I gotta wait.
Not
to have
so cheap now, huh?
I was gonna say I need to have a bigger bill for it to be worth it. To be with someone I don't like to get a bill paid. I'm like, I was paying $450. Like, I'm not gonna sleep with some old rickety dude for $450. I'm like,
$450. Oh my god,
Well,
that'd
I
be
know,
amazing.
right?
That's what I'm saying. I was paying $450. That's why I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to move out till I absolutely
Pancakes
had to.
camera is
I
making me.
should have just moved in with you.
That's what we told you guys to do. Moving
Nah, I
Poundcake's camera.
can't
Turn
stand
Poundcake's camera. Let me see Poundcake. It's making me seasick.
Oh,
You
because
look like you're sliding downhill.
I didn't.
You straighten that out.
I'm trying.
Sliding down
He does. He's like at a 45-degree list to port.
Thing is, I don't change this.
No, but when we couldn't see you, didn't you mess with something at the top of the show?
It's also just kind of the angle that he has it on.
Oh, okay. Well, if you didn't do anything to it, okay. I thought that looked like he was.
I'll fix it because I have to turn some things.
Yeah, you gotta find the twisty handly thing, the turny twisty thing. There's got to be one of those on there, right?
There you go. It's getting a little better.
Al and I worked at Walmart Electronics for 5 years. People are absolutely walking out with 65-inch TVs. Well, whose fault is that? How are you walking out with a 65? What, you can't tackle the old lady that welcomes you when you walk
They
in?
tell you not to.
Wow.
That's against store policy.
Alan, is that towards your liking now?
Let me see.
Is that better?
Way better.
Way better.
Okay.
I just like to see you framed properly, that's all.
Me too.
Poundcake should come out to Cedar Point to browse for a boyfriend. Browse. Ooh.
I'm back on. I'm telling you, man, I'm back on the Facebook dating, and it has.
He's doing it.
It's ridiculous because before I thought it was just, when I first started, it was just showing me people like in Indiana, Michigan, like the surrounding states. Now it's like, I don't know what happened. It's all over the country. Like I'm swiping with people in Atlanta and they're like, hey, you like the A-Town? I'm like, what? I've never even been to A-Town.
You need to get on with Mary's Indian and Pakistani fan base.
They got money.
International love. Do it.
I've got your finger.
I got a break.
I've got your finger.
Congratulations. Single Poundcake. Come get him, boys.
That's not my finger.
Tricky donkey. Honky tonky. From San Francisco to Milwaukee.
I feel weird. Oh, I feel funky.
You're fine, my little donkey.
I feel dizzy. I feel sick.
You're fine, my little donkey.
101.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Oh, boy, did we do another 2 hours of metal this past Saturday night. Ooh, what a good time. Now, we're not on this Saturday. Between Buzzard Fest and all kinds of other stuff going on. So you got to catch us when you can. But 2 hours to midnight is our sometimes Saturday night metal show. We did it this past Saturday night, me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler. And boy, it's a lot of fun. Play local stuff, play brand new metal for you, some classic things in there, your requests, all mixed in. 2htm@WMMS.com. If you're in a band you want me to hear, or just a song you want to hear, whatever it is. Corey Roddick gone this week, so that's part of why not. Which I'm burying the lead. A Buzzard Fest with no Corey Roddick seems borderline blasphemous, but he is on vacation this week.
Do you want me to fill in on 2 hours until midnight?
Shut up, Mary.
I would be very good. I know a lot of metal, like 3 Days Grace.
Yes. Well, now you tell me. I mean, usually I'm preparing the playlist by Monday. It's a little late in the game now.
Have my wife fill in, Brian. He would have a great time with you guys.
He would have a great time, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
He talks about how you and him are so similar all the time. I'm like, can you please stop saying things
He
like
does
that?
not.
I swear on my life. He'll come home and be like,
why would that come up?
well, with just like,
You're like, honey, I like to keep work at work.
well, yeah, if me and you go at it about something stupid on air and he'll come home and be like, Alan was right. I'm like, dude, I swear to God, you don't stop. We're basically the same person. I'm like, stop.
So he's got a good head on his shoulders. Why besmirch the young man for
Whatever.
that? For that.
Mm-hmm.
Of course I'm right. I try to tell you that all the time, but nobody wants to listen to me. Anyway, so no 2 hours to midnight this Saturday, but again, always taking your requests for that show, stuff you dig, and the playlists you can see, because there's no podcast version of the show. You got to hear it live. You can go to WMMS.com, find the 2 hours to midnight page, or our Facebook page as well. Speaking of Facebook, somebody left a talkback message in the break.
So I'm a straight guy. I got Facebook dating. Sometimes that app's a little funky. So I look one day, I got all these likes, man. Thing was jumping. I'm like, what's going on? This is unusual. So I look, and all the likes are from gay dudes. Somehow I got pushed to the wrong side of Facebook dating. I appreciate all the compliments, but damn, y'all gay men are thirsty.
Bro.
Hate the show.
How about that, Cody?
I don't even want to get on Facebook anymore. Like, I want I want to continue to be notified for events I'm not going to attend anymore. I'm getting notifications, like, out the ass for just all these guys hitting me up on Facebook dating. I hate when they intertwine them. Like, they need a separate app for Facebook dating because it's ridiculous.
Remember back in the day when the homosexuals were hiding in the shadows, Bill?
Yes.
Homosexuals no longer hide in shadows, giving secret signals of recognition to each other. But rather they have joined together into groups or clubs in an attempt to seek freedom and acceptability for their type of sexual inclination.
It's just overwhelming.
They're just trying to get freedom and acceptance.
You don't want to open up your Facebook and have like 40 notifications. Like, who has time to do that throughout their day? I gotta work.
I would think that would put you at an advantage against people who do have the time to do that all day long.
It's just overwhelming.
You're a man with a job.
2
jobs.
3 and a
3
half.
jobs. 3.5 jobs. It's increasing by the minute. The number of jobs he's got.
I just wanted to see who liked my status.
You should be able to convert those jobs into different kinds of jobs on Facebook dating. Hop 2.
These people are
now
like,
that you're single, for everybody texting. Yes, Poundcake is back to being single.
they're like, oh, you want to make a drive to Pittsburgh? I'm like, no, I don't want to make a drive to Pittsburgh.
It's a couple hours. What's the problem?
I don't want to make a drive to Pittsburgh.
All right. They got a pretty good scene.
I don't want to go. I don't want to go by myself. I'll bring a friend.
All right. Al, does Fall Out Boy have the catalog to last all 2 hours to midnight when Mary is running the show? No.
Yes.
No. That's why. That's why. Guardians are in Houston tonight to play the Astros. It's an 8:10 start. Tito Francona getting ejected on Saturday, very early in the game, no less. Very early. Now, on average, I don't know what his is, but on average, you figure, a skipper is going to get kicked out a couple of times a season. I think this, because it was so early in the game, he got kicked out in the first inning. And the rest of the game, that's the trouble with these things. The rest of the game, you're rudderless. There's no guy that's going to fill in for you. There's no bench coach who's going to fill in, who's going to run in. It's Francona or nobody. This is the deal that they make. It's in his contract, guaranteed. They go, hey, if I get ejected, you can't have anybody else running out there calling the shots. Can't do it. So they, do you get to go home when you get kicked out, or do you just have to sit in the...
Like timeout?
Yeah, come on. Because, the White Sox have Mike Clevenger now. And so Stephen Kwan, there was a call that Tito Francona wanted to argue with the first base umpire, although a typo, Cleveland.com referred to him as the first bay umpire, B-A-E.
Hell yeah.
And so I was like, oh, this means that they should probably really get along. But the snapshot photo told a different story. Tito with his arms outstretched, clearly yelling at the guy, arguing the merits of the first bay umpire's call. And they kicked him out. Todd Tickner is first base umpire, and he told Tito, you can't argue this. And Terry Francona said, watch me argue this. He was ejected for the first time this season, and the 15th since he became the manager of the team. Tito Francona's been here for 10 years now. And who knows where he'll go next after this ejection. I neglected to mention, not only was he ejected from the game, he was ejected from the team. And so, very, very sad day for Cleveland. Am I reading this incorrectly? Am I getting any of the facts wrong here? I'm going to need... I'm pretty sure that if I'm reading this correctly, I think that I am. Terry Francona was ejected and has to remain in Chicago upon further review. So whether or not I guess that means he's not traveling with the team to Houston, which is a real bummer. But DeMarlo Hale, who is his right-hand man, will be, I guess, taking over. Giving Terry Francona, I certainly hope, more time to work on the pizza back here at Tito's Pizza Joint, and the steak at the forthcoming restaurant called Steak.
That's all you have to say when you get in there.
Steak.
Bombless fries, steak.
Right.
Your bombless fries.
Obama's fries? What did you say?
Bottomless.
Oh, bottomless
Those fries ain't wearing pants.
Like Poundcake at home now.
They're letting it swing.
Oh,
I'm
beautiful.
not Donald ducking it. I'm literally just naked.
Running around naked.
Yeah, I'm just naked. So why would I put on a shirt? Like, I'm like...
That's just how white folks will do you.
I take pride.
Yeah, I understand. All right.
And I just want to clarify something before we go on. My ex-boyfriend offered to help me move. Because we were broken up, I said, no, that's okay. So... I don't want people.
Why is that a clarification you feel compelled to make?
Because I don't want people to think that, he just left me high and dry. He offered to help me move, but we were broken up, and
What do you care what the audience thinks about your ex-boyfriend?
Because I don't know.
I took a big old swaller out of it, and I was like, uh-oh.
All right, you want to leave the audience with a good impression of your ex-boyfriend? Yeah. All right, well, there you go.
Things just don't work out sometimes, that's all.
Right. Very frequently, things don't work out. But the important thing is you are back on the market. Whatever that market is, right? That's the important thing.
Yeah.
Back on that market.
Back at auction.
So when... Jesus.
That's a lot.
Might be something different going on there, but All right, he's...
Day's never finished. Master got me working. Someday Master set me free.
Ouch. So when you see Poundcake out there in public, you'll no longer have to give him a wide berth so as not to unnecessarily upset or insult his gentleman caller. But you had a good run, right? You had 3 months.
Yes to this being your longest relationship?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Just shy.
The other one, the one before this one.
The second one.
The lawyer.
Oh, that's right.
No, that was the third one. This
That was
was
the third
this is
one,
my
yeah.
fourth boyfriend.
Oh, my goodness. Look at you.
You're catching up, man.
Although,
Poundcake's
maybe-
relationship was overruled.
maybe this is the move for him not to have living room furniture while he's single, because then they have to go to the bedroom.
Or just wrestle in the living
They're
room.
going to the bed.
No, you can do it wherever you want.
Yeah.
Bend somebody over the stove. Who
No,
cares?
I'm saying that, like, oh, sorry, there's nowhere else to go but lay in my bed and like instead of
Yeah, but
sitting on the
again,
couch next to each other or
With
something.
gay men, I don't think there's, like, you don't have to play those games as much.
Or straight men. Mary, is the only place you have sex in the bed?
No, but
Well, then what's
when
the
you
point?
first start dating, you're gonna go over to someone's house. You're like, oh, let's sit and watch a movie. Usually, you're on a couch.
Lay it on a tarp.
Cody's like, sorry,
Are
the
you
only
going to
TV's
kill
in my
me or
bedroom.
have sex with me?
Usually, my move is want to go have sex on the roof, and they're like, okay.
What?
I've matured so much to where
On the roof.
Can't now because they put up more cameras. But there was a blind spot for a while, and now the blind spot's gone. So
I think the blind spot was in the girl.
you guys are
Ah, good one.
girls.
Multiple women with poor vision.
Well, what, you going to let some
I'm not interested in their vision.
You're going to let some cameras stop you?
Publicly, I'm going to state that
That's
yes.
a private establishment.
Yeah.
Right?
Does your HOA cover that?
Huh?
Does your HOA cover that? Sex on the roof? Like, I paid for this. Like, I'm allowed to have sex on the roof. This is part of my property.
Yeah, it's a
Why did you cover the cameras?
Oh,
They're
yeah.
pretty high. But like,
Huh?
You're tall.
I
You're
know.
a step stool.
Just I'll figure it out.
You guys were jealous of my 450.
Get some black Krylon.
Then I got to pay for new cameras.
Well, no, you just got to pay for some spray paint remover.
Wear a mask. Like a sheep.
There you go.
What were you jealous of, Cody?
You guys were jealous of my $450 a month rent. I'm jealous of the old days where I used to hook up in cars. I used to be so carefree.
You can still do
You
that.
can do that.
I don't have the nerve to do that. I was like, pardon the pun, ballsy. Like, you're almost in public and you're hooking up in a car, and there's like people out walking, and like you just look out and just make sure no one's looking at you and not a care in the world. There's too many. Again, I'm sure I'm on someone's security camera, someone's Ring doorbell, because we pull up on the side of the street and do our business. It used to be so fun and so carefree, and now I can't do that. I now that I have a
Go
place
back to wearing
go,
a mask. Everybody probably still has a mask in their glove box.
Yeah.
I was gonna say now, but
From the before times.
it's pointless because I have a place to go. Like, I have a residence now. This was back in the day where I was like in college or like
That's
I was on
what
summer
he's
vacation.
worried about. He's not going to like living alone because it's not sneaky enough. He's got an apartment all to
all
himself.
the allure is gone. Like, I used to have to, don't make too much noise. My roommate's next, right there. He's one room over.
I accidentally got turned on in public on Saturday.
Turned on.
You
in
got
public.
turned on in public.
Yeah, dude. So normally I read
Was
murder.
there a fat ginger at the pool?
Yes, I couldn't help it. He made a big old cannonball splash.
There you go.
There it is.
Oh.
10 out of 10.
Climb up the ladder, his butt crack sticking
yeah,
out.
yeah.
His beard's all matted down.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
Yes, you know how I like them. No, I normally read figure mounts or murder mystery books, or My Husband Locks Me in a Basement. Like, I normally read these messed up books, right? So several people recommended this one book to me. It's by Colleen Hoover, who wrote one of the best murder mystery books I've ever read, okay? But this book is nothing like that. It's kind of like a rom-com. It's like reading a rom-com, right? So I take this book with me to Blake's gymnastics class on Saturday, and the parents are like sitting up in the little parents section, and I'm reading this book, and there's like a detailed sex chapter.
What?
I was not ready for it, but I'm reading it, and I was like getting all tingly. I'm like, oh my God, like I'm reading porn right now. I felt so
You were like
uncomfortable.
Phyllis on The Office. Yeah.
Oh, I felt so uncomfortable because I was like, I'm in public and I feel like all turned on and I'm at my stepkid's gymnastics class right now. Like I didn't know what to do, but I also didn't want to stop reading it. So I was like, I got home and Brian's like, what is with your face? I'm like, there's sex in this book. There's a lot of like very detailed sex. And he's like, you're reading pornography at our daughter's gymnastics class? Like, no. Like,
I remember 30 years ago reading American Psycho on the bus. I worked downtown. I lived way north. So my bus ride was like 55 minutes.
Yeah.
And I remember reading American Psycho, and there's a good 25-page passage of him defiling these two like Russian hookers, and it was like, oh my God.
Don't just stare at
Boner inducing. I mean,
it's a lot, dude.
That book is, I mean, in every possible capacity, that book is overly detailed.
Yeah.
And that, which is why for a long time they're like, they can never make a movie out of this. But there's like a 25 or 30 page passage where he is just going to town with these two, and you're like, oh my God.
Mm-hmm. That's it. This is the first time I have
Bookmark that toot sweet.
Well, it's the first time I've ever like read anything that's aroused me like that. That's not what my books normally are. So I wasn't ready for it, and caught me off guard, to say the least. I felt like I was doing something wrong. You know what I mean? Like I felt like I shouldn't be reading this here. Like this is an at-home book only now. A man cutting his wife up into pieces and sprinkling it throughout the woods. That is what you read in public.
Not
sex.
Person
What
who
kind
is
of sex stuff were they doing?
the person who was sitting next to Mary recorded and sent me Mary reading the book there at the gymnastics. Right, it's her just reading that book and getting very, very increasingly excited.
How close to those are your actual sex noises?
Stretch me out over 9 more inches. They're not.
Not close?
No. Those are not my sex
I don't
noises.
believe you.
And it all slides around and it mushes out and nothing stays where it's supposed to stay. That is accurate. That's a sex noise. Open mouth. Almost perfect.
Yeah, nailed it.
Yeah,
all right, well, I hope
very
you've learned a valuable lesson.
It was very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I'm not going to stop reading the book. I liked it. I would have liked it a lot more if I was at my house.
Mary's
That's
like,
the only
anybody
thing.
using the pommel horse right now?
Right. But it's a good book. It's like this.
Sounds like you love it.
No, it's good. I've never read a rom-com before. It's like kind of funny. It's about this girl and it tells like her first love story and now she's with this new guy in Boston. It's exactly like a rom-com, but it's just much more detailed in
the sex part.
The sex stuff, yeah.
For people who are unfamiliar, rom-com is short for books about romantic communists.
Yes.
And Mary is
Big
a
fan.
big fan of those.
Everyone gets laid.
That's right. It's
One-
called
one-
Why Is This Red?
One brand of condoms, one brand of lube. That's it.
And I'm 42 years old. My girlfriend and I had some pops and started banging in front of my house. It's never too late. I'm sure the neighbors really enjoyed that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having some decorum, by the way. We are trying to live in a society here, but Brandon from Ridgeland, South Carolina, by the way, he is our gay bureau chief down there in what they call the Low Country. And he has said that Poundcake can come cuddle up down there.
Ooh.
What do you think?
When I get some time off, sure.
Bro, it's a trip.
It's a trip.
It's the South.
It's South Carolina. I mean, it's just kind of the South.
South Carolina's the South.
It's South enough, but I mean,
I hooked up with
it's not Mississippi.
I hooked up with a vampire in Charleston.
Yeah. How so?
He had his room was all red, and he had his bed in the middle of the room, and he thought he was like hot shrimp because he ran a Walgreens.
That is gross.
Who thinks they're hot stuff because they run a Walgreens?
A vampire. He was a
vampire,
24-hour store. He works the night shift. He's
like,
doing well.
We're taking FedEx shipments now, so yeah, things are pretty good.
I swear I told this
That
story
is gross.
about going to the only gay club in Charleston. It was called Dudley's, And and I meet this guy there. He's like, he's so corny because he's laying it on thick. And I was like, this is an easy catch. Like, I don't want to have to work for, tasting the city. I was like, I'll just give him this one. So I think I just gassed him up just a little too much. He's like, all right, we're going to go check on my employees real quick. So me and my friend go.
Oh, God. Check on my employees.
So
this was his flex.
Yeah, he walks into his Walgreens and he's just like, where are these shows? This is not the way it's supposed to be stacked. Someone get up here quick. And I'm looking at my friend. I'm like, he can at least get us some free alcohol. And sure enough, he was like, you guys want some claws? I was like, nah, he's talking our language. And so he got us like some claws and some twisted teas. And then I hooked up with this guy in the middle of the room because he had an all red bed in the middle of the room. I'm like, this isn't creepy at all. But
he was really trying to set the mood. It really had an affectation there.
Those houses down there look like New Orleans houses.
Like old plantation joints and
yeah,
stuff.
they're really creepy. I was like, dude, I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a secret cellar down there that just leads to the city in the basement.
Well, there might be. We've got to take a break here. If you dig the band Asking Alexandria, you like them? They're coming to town. Do a show for you. I think the Cleveland Masonic is where they're playing. So I'll have those tickets for you after the break. September 19th is the date on that. 35192 on a text for anything else, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio. From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS.
Pista on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Give stuff away, time to give stuff away, time to give stuff away, give stuff away.
All right, if you've been waiting with bated breath for just the right show to combine British metal and Mongolian folk metal, well, you're in luck. Asking Alexandria is on the road with The Who, H.U. They're going to play Tuesday night, September the 19th at the Masonic Temple. You can go to MasonicCleveland.com. Tickets, info, everything else. A couple of tickets here for you. Caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
They're planning to use to crumble the morals of America is this rotten, filthy, dirty, lewd, lascivious junk.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Well, she broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears. I tell you, I hadn't heard this much in darn near 20 years. It felt just like a mule that kicked me right between my ears. When she broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears.
Guardians are in Houston tonight to play the Astros. Don't forget what that promo code is, by the way, for CLE Clothing Company. Starting tomorrow in August. Today, of course, the last day of July. You can use HOT20, HOT20 for 20% off. Whatever you want at CLE Clothing Company. But tomorrow we'll have a brand new promo code. I've already forgotten what it is, Bill. What was it?
Oh.
Flash.
Flash. Thank you, Bill.
You're welcome.
Yeah, tomorrow and all through the 31 days of August, you can use the promo code FLASH. And it will get you that same 20% off, no matter how many times you use it. Can't tell you how many times I'll be stopped in the street. People say, Alan, surely I can only use this code once each and every month. No. You can use it with impunity as many times as you like, and each one of those times, 20% off, whatever you want. Maybe a great opportunity to stack the deck in your favor with some retro Buzzard merch before you join us on Friday out at Buzzard Fest. Because showing you love for the Buzzard, but not wearing a T-shirt of the band you're going to see. And we have a whole bunch of those. So if we're going to see you out there at Buzzard Fest on Friday, choose wisely. BuzzardFest.com for the details on tickets. But the Guardians are in Houston tonight.
They'll play baseball, not just for fun.
That's right. Yeah. Who knows what they're doing in between? But they will be playing some baseball. 8:10 is the start tonight on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Another brother in broadcasting out of a gig because of some ill-timed comments. Now, this is a guy who's been around for a long time. This is a guy who goes by Don Geronimo. His real name is Michael Sorce. Sorce, S-O-R-C-E. But he's gone by Don Geronimo for a long, long time. This guy had a pretty standard radio career. You bounce around a lot. When I was in junior high, Don Geronimo was doing the night show at a station in Chicago called WLS. And then he would go over to B96. These were pop stations back in the day. And Don Geronimo, 40 years ago, was just your kind of run-of-the-mill disc jockey, like a top 40 dude. But over the years, he hooked up with the right people, and for a long time, he and a guy named Mike O'Meara did a syndicated show called The Don and Mike Show. It was syndicated out of D.C., where he spent the bulk of his career after that. And back in the day, when shock jocks were a thing, Don and Mike were considered a shock jock show. And they had a big, big show in D.C. And then Don Geronimo decided about 15 years ago he wanted to retire. Tired of doing radio. Well, this is a guy who has retired 3 or 4 times since then. And he would bounce around doing a little bit of this, bounce around doing a little bit of that, all in that D.C. market. Because that's where he had the most name equity. And he got hired about a year and a half ago by this company. He got hired by iHeart to do a sports show in D.C. Big FM, WBIG. Well, they were also the flagship for the D.C. Commanders, the NFL team.
I forgot
Washington Commanders.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
well, they're
I was
in
like-
D.C. The Washington Commanders, right. Sorry. Who, have they been sold?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just got sold.
They
I
got
think,
sold because Dan
like a week or two
Snyder,
ago.
because they had this culture of misogyny and sexual whatever and all this stuff, right? So everybody.
Not enough of it, or it is enough NFL team. Was there not enough misogyny there, or was it too much?
Well, my understanding was that there was too much.
Okay.
And so the NFL, I still am not clear on how that works. You're forced to sell the team?
Yeah,
Dan
because
Snyder
you're part
was
of an ownership group.
Ownership
So
group.
the owners
okay.
vote. You have to sell the team.
Gotcha. Anyway, so Dan Snyder, because of the administration or whatever he let go on, he was forced to sell the Washington Commanders. So given all of that, if you were a host on the flagship radio station, you might pick your own comments a little more carefully. And Don Geronimo did not do that because he's an old dude, right? He's probably mid-60s. And he's still kind of got that shock jock, those atoms in his body. And this company fired him right away because they're like, look, this is a major partner for us, right? Like we're the flagship for the FM flagship for the Cavaliers and the Guardians. And if we were on here, now again, maybe it differs market to market. One size does not fit all. But apparently they were on site at training camp, and he and the other guy that were on the air with him, younger dude, were making comments about the local, whoever the local television affiliate for the team is. One of their female reporters was out there, and these guys were making comments. Now, I can't imagine. I wonder if these guys even knew. You know, it's one thing if they're like, hey, look at the ass on that. You know, it wasn't like that.
But it wasn't great.
Well, you saw
either.
the comments?
Yeah.
Okay. So during the broadcast, after seeing Charla McBride, who works for a local affiliate, as part of the coverage or whatever, he goes, hey, look, Barbie's here. Hi, Barbie girl. He later referred to her as that chick and also said, I'm guessing she's a cheerleader. Now, they know who she is. So they're being kind of whatever you want to say.
These aren't as much sexist as they are just straight up disrespectful to somebody that's working hard on their career.
Well, yeah, as a fellow
And it's
media
like,
person, but that's
yeah.
what I mean. Like, he is an old school dude and whatever.
That's not an excuse anymore.
I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying, like, it's one thing if you get fired because you make some really egregious comment, but I'm guessing that these dudes didn't think that they're probably like, we were just being playful or what, but it certainly didn't sound like they weren't friends with her or anything because she put out a statement saying it was gross and whatever. They just signed this dude to a new contract last week and they cut him. Now, I don't know what the terms of his deal are. If it's pretty ironclad, they're going to have to pay this guy for the next 3 years. But I was like, wow.
Do you have the audio or no?
No.
Oh.
But because the girl didn't hear, I guess, what they said. They were told what they said. And, of course, she was like, it was insulting and embarrassing.
Well, it's
and blah, blah, blah.
condescending. It's diminishing everything.
That's correct. That's right. But just given the culture of what's been happening with the Commanders, boy, you think you might have your head on a swivel with something like that.
I think that's probably why they went so extreme.
That's
with this.
absolutely why they did.
They go, hey,
They're like, we don't.
We're just
need
getting out of this. We
right.
don't need another
we
guy
don't
doing
need
this.
That's right. Yeah, he had somebody. Yeah, the whatever. He had just signed a brand new deal with this company. And based on some of the other companies this guy's worked with, this is a good company to have a new contract with. So, man. But I mean, this is a guy who's retired 3 times. You know, I think he made a good chunk over the years. Who knows? He was doing a syndicated show for 2 decades. But, man, I mean, I only remember the guy from, like I said, when I was in junior high, this guy was like a nighttime top 40 dude, you know, bouncing around before he got to D.C. But for a long time, he's been this guy. And I guess old habits die hard. Or he didn't think, I don't know. I don't know what they thought.
I mean, okay, 2023, right? You would hope that this stuff is over, but it isn't. There's still times where I'll go on the road as the headliner at a comedy club, and someone from the club, a waitress or a manager who doesn't know anything, will walk in and look at the feature act and be like, oh, is this your girlfriend? I'm like, nope, my name's on the ticket. Actually, I'm the one that you've been selling tickets for. You know, like, there's just assumed that.
But, and I fully take your point. What I'm saying is, they don't know that's you. They don't know that's your name.
My name and picture are on the website.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
So what I'm saying is that some of these dudes, they still exist all over the place. Where
Understood,
they just
but-
assume that women are there as eye candy.
Yeah, no, I
She's
get
the
it.
cheerleader. That must be your girlfriend.
That's
She
bringing
can't
her along,
possibly
yeah.
be the professional that she is.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's, I get what you're saying, but somebody's at the show, they've bought a ticket, they didn't go to the website.
No, this isn't
I'm
somebody
talking about
that-
people who
he's
work
talking-
at the comedy
yeah.
club.
Oh, employees.
That come into the green room and
I see.
like a server or
I thought
a
you meant
manager.
people who went to the
no,
show.
or the
I see.
sound guy or something like that will come in and
Gotcha.
assume I'm not the headliner.
Understood. They should
Yeah.
have seen you at least on the marquee or
Or
something.
or have a rundown of how the show's going
Right.
or
Yes.
have any
Here's
idea.
who's going to be here.
Right. So they'll just automatically assume, oh, this must be your girlfriend. Are you the guy? Are you someone? Yeah, oh, okay.
Like at Hilarities, they have a video running of the upcoming headliner. So I feel like even if there's not like a meeting, and I feel like that's a pretty standard thing
There's
for
always a video.
most comedy clubs.
But some people just don't even pay attention.
Right.
Right.
But I'm not even going to give them that much credit. There are people that will just go, even if they know you're the headliner, will say something.
Oh, yeah.
Because they think they're being funny or they are just a-holes.
When you travel, have you done like morning radio?
Yeah.
And has it been awful?
No, but it's the same. It's always like, so tell me what it's like to travel as a woman. And you're like, are you kidding me?
Really?
And all the time.
That kind of stuff?
If it's like 2 dudes, it's always what's it like to be a female comic? How do you, I think they think they're being progressive, but really it's like, just ask me the same questions you would ask the dudes. Like, that's really all I want.
What's
So
it
are
like
you
to be a male
dirty?
comic?
Are you dirty? What do you like? Do you like tell sex jokes? I'm like, is this the same stuff you would ask if a man was sitting here, or do you want to hear a woman talk about penises? Like what is it? You know?
Well, but also, you don't know what they're asking the guys. You're probably right.
They're
But
not
you-
asking them what it's like to be a woman
Well,
traveling alone.
No, that's a specific thing. But that to me is a question more about like, hey, you are a solo woman traveling. How is that?
Right, but they make it seem like that's such an impossibility.
Well,
what's it like to be a female
But you have
comedian?
well, no, well,
That's
okay.
insane.
But
It's
what I'm saying
insane
is, but
for that
you-
to be happening.
But you do have different concerns than a solo guy
Sure,
traveling.
But that is not okay. Then they would say like, "Oh, so you got kids at home? How could you possibly manage a work-life balance?"
Oh, they say that?
I guarantee they're not asking men questions like that.
Or are they asking you that?
Or what is it like when you
Well,
do
they've
you
asked-
ever have a struggle when it feels like you want to stay home or maybe have a family and the
Oh,
difference of the pull of going on the road?
Oh, they're
Like,
asking you that?
Yes, they ask
Ah.
insanely misogynistic questions.
Well, that's just a really
that
stupid
they
question.
would not ask men.
But it's also just a really dumb, boring question.
That's what I'm saying. A lot of people don't know how to conduct an interview, and 2, they're just come up with whatever they. Well, let's talk to her about being a woman. I bet she'd like that.
I see.
No, lead me into the joke that I sent you in the email, idiot.
What's it like having a
Oh,
dead
you do
dad?
that? Oh, you send
Sometimes.
them lead-ins.
Sometimes
Sometimes
people
if they ask for it, yeah.
they'll send you like the club will send you an email a couple days before and be like, "Hey, fill out these questions for the radio people or for the
I
TV
see.
people or whatever."
I've never done that. I don't want lead-in questions. Huh. Okay. Well, yeah, then I fully understand
Most of
that.
the people don't read them anyway. So send me these questions for you to answer. and
Funny
then
lady
don't-
Mary Santora is here with us live.
That's right.
So what's it like being you got kids at home?
That's why when
Is your husband mad you're not home making dinner?
Right.
I'll tell him jokes.
Yes.
What I do when they ask me for that is I'll send them something that has nothing to do with my act.
Yeah. Oh,
They'll be
yeah,
like,
there you go.
and then they'll be like, so, what's it like when you went to Machu Picchu? And I was like, I've never been there.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, but then you're just screwing them. Like
Well,
if she's like some people don't
but-
read the questions, here's people who want to get some information,
right.
But
and you're jamming them up.
You can tell when you're doing like a fun talk show and someone that is just going through the motions. They don't care that you're there and they're trying to speed you through.
Like
anyway.
Harry Shearer in Wayne's World?
Yeah, basically. You
One
can always
time,
tell.
I did an interview.
They're really good stuff. Good stuff.
The
really
comic,
good stuff. Uh-huh.
Dude, the Comedy Club one time set me up with an interview at like a local affiliate, whatever. And during this interview, the DJ must have said 5 times, I don't care. I didn't do research. I don't get paid for this show. Like, he must have
Wait, what does that mean?
Like, he didn't look into me. He didn't look into the time or dates of the comedy club.
But he didn't get paid for
wasn't-
what show?
He doesn't get paid to be a DJ, I guess. It's like a non-profit radio station or something like that the club was partnered with. And
Oh,
the DJ
God.
said multiple times, yeah, I didn't look you up on Instagram because I don't get paid for this. And I was just like, what am I doing here?
But then what's the partnership with the club?
Well, it's not, they don't partner with the DJ. They partner with the radio station, right? So they're partnered with.
He wanted to make it a point.
It was almost like he was blowing my interview to make a point of.
But I don't
care about
I don't
this.
get paid per interview.
But he was saying, I didn't do my research. I don't know anything about you. I don't know anything about the club. I don't know where you're from because I don't get paid. So you need to tell me that because I don't get paid, so I'm not going to research who you are. I don't know if he treats every guest like that, but that's how he treated me. Where I was like, okay.
What is going on out there?
What do you want to know, man?
Was it like a podcast in a bomb shelter? Or what?
No, this one was a phone interview. So I don't know where he was located, but that was the vibe.
Man.
It might have been. I don't know. They give me a phone number and a guy's name. Hey, call it 8:20 a.m. This is who you're talking to.
Wow.
Yeah. That one was like, what?
You're talking to Buckskin of the Wolf.
Right. But that one was like, dude, you guys got to fire this guy. Like, or pay him some money or do something.
We can't fire him. We don't pay him.
Right. Oh, I guess that's true too.
You can't fire somebody if they're not getting paid.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, in relation to this story, is that it is wild out there. There are still completely just. It seems like
I would
they
think
are,
just be cool to other people in the media.
No, they
I
can't.
mean, well, no, I
They
know.
don't know how.
Don Geronimo, like I said, the guy's been around for a long time, and but going through over the past 15 years, that whole back and forth of like the shock jock thing is not even a thing anymore. And you think that part of you would go, okay, I need to adapt a little bit. This notion that you don't have to adapt to anything, you end up like this.
Yeah. Come on, you're a comedian. We're just messing around.
Oh, you get that too?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Yeah, but again, this woman that walked by, like it's, they're out there at training camp.
Yeah.
Doing a show, go like, hey, she must be a cheerleader, man. Like, wow.
Hot chicks can't be smart or driven.
That's wild.
Yeah, there's that type of male is very, very much still prevalent in broadcasting, to say the least.
Well, they got to be older dudes.
Yes.
Because
most of
younger
the time.
guys are hip to what's going on. Even if they're not down with it, they kind of know what side their bread is buttered in 2023.
They're
It's
not
those
trying to lose
dinosaurs that are, but it's kind of for the companies and the radio stations, it's a double-edged sword. Because the old timers are the ones that have equity. Like they're the names people know. So they make a big deal out of Don Geronimo's back if they do that. And then they go, fingers crossed
Please
that
don't
this
mess
please,
up.
right. Just sign him
Please
to a
shut
3-year
up.
deal, whatever. Yeah. There was a guy in Toronto years ago, again, mid-90s, early aughts, when the shock jock thing was still, you can make a little bit of money ripping off Stern. And there was a guy in Canada named Dean Blundell, a big deal in Toronto, which is like, if you're in Canadian radio, it's like working in New York City. And he was on the air there for a long time at like the big alternative station. And very, very popular show. And he's another guy who just went one way too far and was just out in the wilderness for years until another station took a shot on him. It was a sports station.
He did it immediately.
Well, no, but they put it in the press release. They were like, yep, we know that Dean Blundell is well known and we know he made his bones saying outrageous things. That's not what this is. We don't need him to be that guy, and he knows that. You know what I mean?
They made it public.
Yes, I'm sure that's a conversation that they had with him, and it's also something they want out there publicly. And I think sometimes you just can't come back, you know? Once you have a really good run, sometimes it's really hard to get that momentum again when you've been gone. You want to stay on the air. So when you've been gone for a while, and it just didn't work out for him. I think he was off that station in probably like a year and a half. But to put it out there publicly, like, this is not what we need from him, and he knows that, and it's going to be a new era of blah, blah, blah. Hey, Megan.
Yes, hello.
What's up?
Hi, Ellen. Can you hear me okay? Because my phone's acting a little funny today.
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, fantastic. I just wanted to make a point what Mary's saying about men. And as far as men, the way they treat women still to this day, in 2023, like she said earlier, it's completely true. It still happens. It happens in the workplace. It happens, you're walking into a store and somebody looks at your butt or whatever. But I wanted to just mention this kind of like falls in line with a lot of people talking about the Barbie movie that just came out. And I actually just saw it yesterday, and I took both of my sons and my youngest son. When we were leaving, I was like, what'd you think of the movie, buddy? He's like, it was sexist, Mom. I was like, what do you mean it was sexist? He's like, it was sexist against men. Go,
how old's your son?
There's a lot of dudes complaining about that too.
Wait, is your son Ben Shapiro?
He's 11.
He's 11.
He's 11, and I was like, Noah, now you know how women have felt for the past 600 years.
Right.
That's just the way it goes.
Probably longer.
That's the comment that you hear.
Sorry to correct.
That's the comment you hear from some dudes is they'll be like, well, why does it have to be one or the other? Why can't it be pro-woman? Why does it have to be so anti-man? And I'm like, I'm pretty sure dudes can handle it if they have their head on. You know, it is a comedy movie, I assume. I haven't seen it, but, you know.
I liked it a lot, personally. I thought it was really good, and I don't know, Mary, if you've seen it yet.
I have not. No. I'm going to see it this week.
Okay.
I know I'm a bad feminist. Sorry.
No. I thought it was funny. There's a lot of adult humor. I will say that. I took my granddaughter with us as well, and she fell asleep. She didn't get it. So, but you know, as a woman of my age, you know, I played with Barbies, you know, half my life, you know, and it was good. I liked it. So anyway, I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. That's all.
Hey, thanks, Megan. I appreciate it. I've got to move on, or I would have kept her on a little bit longer. Did she say that she has an 11-year-old son and a granddaughter?
Yeah.
Is that what she said?
Yes, she did.
Yeah, okay.
Well, she might have had a, yeah.
That son got busy early.
Yeah.
All right, good. I've got a break here. If you want to send a text for something, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio.
off our Wavelight laser when treated in August. That can be over $900 off when treating both eyes with guaranteed financing. Visit GetLVILASIK.com for details.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff. Who's helping out today with a live stream? Glimby Farfenheimer. Hey, thanks so much. Do appreciate the assist.
Thanks, Glimby.
Thanks, Glimby. iHeartRadio app, if you listen to us there from out of state, tell me where. Got a handful of new bureau chiefs. I heard from TJ, who's in Savannah, Georgia. I said, hey, we're going to be down there in a few weeks. What's a must-see?
You are?
Yeah. And gave me some...
we talked about this.
We sure did. Tiffany listens in Lake Camelot, Illinois. That's near Peoria. Moop is in Severna Park, Maryland. Renee is in Tavares, Florida. Emily is in the fine city of Kalamazoo.
Tavares, Florida, trying out for the Browns.
Yeah, so they're fighting over there at
it happens at
training
every
camp.
training camp.
Does it? Because it's
Yeah.
super hot and they're all padded up and everything?
Yeah, and they're all competing for jobs, and yeah.
Is that what it is?
I mean, I watch Hard Knocks every year, and
Yeah.
every year there's a fight, whether it's between guys that are on the same team or not guys on opposing teams. But that's something that happens pretty regularly.
Okay.
Nothing too big.
Agbo Okoronkwo
Mm-hmm.
and James Hudson III. One of those is easier to pronounce. Agbo Okoronkwo. I do like the name, though.
That's a fun name.
And JH3 got into it, I guess. The video that I saw looked like he gave him a little football tap on the ass. Is that not what it was?
I didn't see the video.
Oh, okay.
I just know that.
Well, I'll show you.
Training camp fights or fights in practice are pretty normal.
Here's the video here. They're running a route and they're trying to intercept or something, and somebody on the left side there taps him, and then they start fighting.
Things get chippy out there.
I guess so.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it is hot.
It's hot, and
so that's not really, despite the fact that it was getting posted to all the sports sites, that's really not indicative of anything.
I mean, it's definitely a story that people are like, oh, this happened, but it's not like there goes the season or anything. It's just, it's a contact sport, and these guys are getting after it.
I do like that even at even at the professional level, the punishment is like high school. Where Stefanski goes, all right, extra wind sprints.
Yeah.
Get out there and run. So, you're a millionaire, but the coach is like, it's the same as if you're in high school.
Not all of them are.
A lot of them are millionaires. I bet there was a millionaire doing extra wind sprints in there. Now, you can console yourself with the fact that you're a millionaire. But
I'd run for $1 million.
I'm sorry?
I would run for $1 million. What
do you mean run?
I'd do a wind sprint.
Just the act of running for you would require $1 million.
No, I'm saying that's something I would be willing to do. If you're like, you get this $1 million, but you have to run to go get it.
Or do you run to feel like $1 million?
No. What about me in the last 6 months makes you think that?
Just 6 months?
You don't do, when you work out, you don't do any treadmill? You don't do any cardio?
My ass. No, Alan.
Oh, it was just lifting?
Minimal. We're just getting back into it, guy. All right.
I thought you said that you've been working out a couple times a week for a while now.
For a couple weeks, but it's been 2 or 3 times. It's been 2 times a week, and one of those is usually riding my bike. So, I mean, yes, that's cardio, but I'm not running.
Oh, I thought you were going to the gym.
I've been to the gym once.
Oh, okay. I thought you were back in the gym.
Not yet. Soon.
All right.
Ricky misses you.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
Ricky is the trainer that Bill and I used to share.
Why don't you go? Where's Poundcake go?
Orange Theory Fitness.
Hey, that's all cardio.
Right.
That's
And
like
also-
good cardio because it's also some weights with it.
If they offered me to go there for the same deal they gave Cody, I would absolutely do that. But
You have a personal trainer for free. I guess you're not getting paid to do it, but
I'm not. Leave me alone. Cody said no. That's
She's
fine.
like that.
with me.
She's like that morning DJ that interviewed her.
Yeah.
He's not getting paid either.
I don't get paid for this.
She's got more followers than me. I need this.
Take it. You can have it.
You can come with me.
Fat
to a
lot of good
class.
that's doing her.
Alan,
What?
enough.
That's what you said.
You don't know anything.
I only know what you tell me.
Let me teach you a thing or two about this business, okay?
Please. I don't know anything.
I don't think there's been a video that I've ever done that has gotten 1 million views, and you've had multiple videos. With
You don't do stand up, Cody.
No,
what are you gonna
but
put out
also,
still?
and you don't post videos.
Who do you think you are, Jimmy Allen?
Who's that?
Jimmy Allen's a black country singer who's now doing stand up.
Like I told you, competition can come from anywhere. Mary's got competition on the foot pick front because of the dude. Who's the dude? Not the home improvement kid that just got arrested.
One of the twins.
Oh, yeah. Cole Sprouse.
Yeah.
And now she's got competition in the stand-up comedy space with Jimmy Allen, who is a black country artist.
It's him and Darius Rucker.
I had never heard of the guy before
What
he
about
got
Applebee's
dropped
guy?
by
Is it
his
what?
label for assault charges.
Yeah,
like he
sexual-
supposedly, is it that?
It's sexual assault.
Oh, I thought he like
allegations.
beat up his wife or something. Right. So Jimmy Allen, who
He's
again,
got
I
2 sexual assault lawsuits.
okay.
Right now. Yeah.
So anyway, in short order, like a month ago, this dude gets his tour canceled, his record label drops him, and I mean, country music in general could really use as many black artists as possible. So this is like not a good thing. But anyway, you got to do something. And he announces he's going to go on a comedy tour. It's 3 dates
Yeah.
in October, right?
Yeah.
He's biding his time. You know, when you have comedy writers who
Don't
come
say
from
Biden to that audience.
when you are a comedy writer or the background in stand-up, or you do we've talked to dozens of them, and they go, I can always go back to stand-up. Now, and this is the problem with the art form, everybody thinks they can do it. And so I doubt
And they
Jimmy
can.
Allen is out there working out material, right? I
No.
doubt he's in the club.
He's just going to go out there and say the things he feels like he can't say or whatever.
And I know. No,
Well, it says his tickets are invitation only.
Yes.
And he's offering a link for, so it's going to be his fans.
Well, yeah.
But why do this?
Because no one's booking him to sing right now.
But he's booking this, I guarantee you. He's booking
Well,
this.
yes, you can book your own tour to do comedy, but you have to get people like Live Nation and things like that behind you to do these bigger venues. Also, he's
Well,
not
then do smaller venues.
He's not a sellout act. He was like on the rise. He's relatively new. So he's not
Household
very
name or
well
anything,
known.
Okay.
He's not someone who can go out and sell 10,000 tickets in a city.
Gotcha. The venues and dates were not revealed yet, but if you're a Jimmy Allen fan, you can go see him at one of 3 shows in October. These are probably all going to be in Nashville, right? Again, this is a tour like the Alan Cox Show comedy tour is a tour. He's working on a new album, but he's going out on his I Said What I Said. And him on the poster, it's like, what? Me? One of those, right?
Yeah.
I've done.
They all do that?
I've had one of
What?
those posters.
Yeah, it's like old headshots and
Yeah,
radio.
I'm
look,
reading
look crazy. What?
I was hosting a Halloween party in college, and I had one of those. Like, ooh,
Everybody does at some point. You got the thing.
it's Cobra, DJ Cobra.
I'm reading up on it a little bit right now that I guess it's his old manager said that he raped her and he repeatedly sexually
wait.
abused
I
her.
didn't know that's where you're going. I
Yes.
thought you meant you were going to talk about who was booking these shows.
No. His sexual allegations.
I'm going to rape
that
you
they're not-
until you book me in some comedy clubs.
No, that it's not
Okay.
just like
Gotcha.
a fan made it to his hotel room type of thing. That like his manager was like he repeatedly sexually assaulted me over 18 months, like the time that I was his manager.
And this is like when he's on the come up. This isn't even like a big dude
Yeah.
who's right. He's-
2021, he won the like New Artist of the Year or whatever,
Okay.
which was a big deal because the only other black guy to do it was Darius Rucker. But again, they're like the only 2.
Gotcha.
They're not the only 2, but they're the 2 big
Kane
ones.
Brown is
Kane Brown is half
mix.
Yeah.
Which in country music makes you black.
It's one half too many. Okay. Well, I'm just saying, I mean, Charlie Pride has been gone for a while now. Darius Rucker can't do this all by himself. And Lil Nas X, he's out there on his own island. He's doing his own thing. It's not like he was embraced by the country community.
Ooh, this one says the second woman, they had consensual, unprotected sex, but I don't know what words I can use.
He finished?
Yeah, inside.
Yep.
And when she told him not to, and
Inside
then
of what?
she found a cell phone in the closet recording their scene without her
Oh,
consent.
dude.
So
Listen.
then she took the phone to the Vegas police department.
If you're going to have...
So there's some evidence about...
It says he hasn't been charged yet in either of them.
If you're going to have... You said it was...
Consensual, unprotected
There
sex.
you go. If it's going to be consensual, just have the manners to make it protected. Why consensual unprotected?
That's it. Didn't
Compromise.
Feel like it.
Compromise.
If she's willing to let you do that, just ask, can I film this as well?
But she didn't want him to finish inside.
Not
she wanted him to
inside,
finish
yes.
outside.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes. She wanted the pie cooling on the sill, Bill.
Gross.
Oh, that's the best.
Well, that's all gross. That's all gross.
So my guess
So
is
I
he's
can't
gonna-
wait to find out what his hilarious
Right.
comedy is going to be.
Yes, that's why I'm guessing that this is going to be related to that. Women these days, these bitches out here, like that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Like Cardi B. Do you see that Cardi B video?
She threw the microphone at that chick? Yeah, dude.
And she calls her a jealous ass bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, Cardi B. I love it. So, again, this is becoming an epidemic of people throwing stuff at the performers. And she's like mid-performance at some outdoor club. This isn't an arena or something.
Yeah.
She's like at a bar club in Vegas, right?
Just doing like an appearance.
Just doing an
Probably
appearance.
One
Song or
song,
two, yeah.
And it's they're just playing her song because she doesn't miss a word.
Oh, boy, she throws the mic and the vocals keep going.
Yeah, but
that's my favorite part.
that's the best
So
part.
Cardi B whips somebody in the crowd, like right there, by the way, throws a drink at her and she whips. She caught a battery charge for this. So Cardi B, just as a reflex, I would think you could pin anybody on this, right? Somebody
She
throws
makes
something
money
at
moves,
you.
Alan.
Yeah, I know.
Sometimes they're making her money, sometimes they're not. All right? Either way.
Let me
So,
show you this on the
money
live stream
move.
here. If you haven't seen it, she's just up there. And the best part is the audio, the singing never stops, even when she's. Well, hold on. Throws the drink. She whips the microphone. And of course, the track is still going, even though she doesn't have a microphone. But yeah. I make money moves. Man, that Cardi B just keeps getting
Little
hotter and hotter.
firecracker.
Hotter and hotter.
She posts videos on her Instagram, and here's what I think. I feel like if/when I come into money, I'm going to be like this. She posts videos in her mansion eating on paper plates and stuff like that. And I'm like, man, she really does have that I came up from nothing vibe. Where she's like, screw it.
There's nothing wrong with eating on paper plates.
Right, but when you've got all the money in the world and people who can clean your house and do your dishes and things like that for you, I love it. I'm not making fun of her at all. I'm like, I love the fact that she's like, screw it. Just use the paper plate. I'm not trying to do these dishes, you know?
But people, I don't get the people throwing stuff at the artists. I don't understand it. I know people are like, I paid for the ticket. I can do whatever I want. This didn't even look like a ticket at an event. It probably was because it's, but.
Or like a cover charge or something.
You know
Not
what they
necessarily
say?
a ticket.
You know what they say. If you're going to come for Belcalis Marlanus Almans Arcephus, you best not miss.
But the thing is.
And by the way, joke's on her because free microphone for the person in the audience.
But what if she missed? Like, what if it would be the doofus like me, like, yeah, Cardi B, and I get hit. I ain't even do nothing.
But now you got her microphone.
Now it's up to you to make money moves.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm suing. I can't see. She hit me in my glasses.
I make money moves. Hit my
She
glasses.
hit me in my glasses.
Now
and
I'm
hit my
gonna
eye.
sue.
Now I'm gonna sue. Yeah, I'm suing because I didn't even do anything. I'm just there in the crowd enjoying the concert.
Yeah.
sipping seductively, trying to find a new man.
Right.
The person next to me is throwing freaking water.
This was a wet-ass performance. I cracked myself up. Anywho, yeah, she threw the microphone out at the girl, and now she's being charged with battery. Cardi B. Cardi Battery.
I was saying, is that what the B stands for?
The night prior, she threw her mic at a DJ in Las Vegas because he was cutting her songs off too early. So I guess it's getting to the point where it's like, if you're near Cardi B and she's unhappy, just duck.
She's gonna throw
because she's going to whip a microphone at. And the venue's like, come on, man. These microphones aren't free.
How come this stuff doesn't happen to Nicki Minaj, or is it just not publicized?
Because she's an old woman now, and I think people feel bad for her.
She's not throwing microphones at people.
I was going to say, she got goons, hella goons that will come get you.
Well, no, you saw the Cardi B video. She's surrounded by security.
That's what I'm saying.
But that's not going to stop a drink from coming at you.
I understand that, but it's also just a drink. Like, have security,
Right, but
curbs off
she's very reactionary. I don't know if you ever noticed that about Cardi B. She's not cool-headed.
I'm just saying, make a diss track to bitch that toss water on me, something. Show your skills, make some money off of it.
She can't make a diss track. She's can't even perform her own song.
Well, other people were filming the girl in the audience, and when they spin to the girl in the audience, it was all she's like, I'm sorry, like she didn't. And then these giant dudes come hopping down off the stage after her after she gets the microphone.
Sorry for what? She did it.
Right. Well,
throwing drinks at people.
FAFO. What do you want? Yeah, Cardi B. Man, she's so foxy.
That reminds me of the fight that broke out at Celine Dion.
Oh my God.
That did not happen.
Who's fighting?
There were. It was a bunch of soccer moms that were fighting. When you're
on the floor there.
When you're on the floor, there's levels to the floor. I thought, if you're on the floor, you're on the floor. No. Like, I'm up by the stage. I'm in the 7th row. And
there's people in the 40th row.
Yeah, people from the 12th and beyond were coming up in the aisleways when she would do one of her biggest hits,
the aisleways,
just in the open area.
Yeah,
and then the people in the front were up next to the stage, and they were getting pushed on, and they're like, "Oh no, get your asses back to the back of the lower level."
Yeah, that's tough.
And
man.
so they were fighting. I was like, "Oh my gosh, I've never seen so many white women just throwing bowls. I can't believe it."
Plus, there were a lot of people that thought that Celine Dion was a walking pro-Anna account. I've got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.